Okay, good morning. I'd like to call back to order the Finance and Economic Development Committee and the fiscal year 2026-2027 departmental budget reviews. Let the record reflect that all members are present. As we do on our schedule today, our only item of business is to discuss the CIP budget projects. As we do every morning, we'll take public testimony. Is there anyone in the audience wishing to testify? Seeing none. With that, I'll suspend the rules. For CIP today, we all have our big handout we're going to go through. In order to get some of the departments out earlier, we're going to start with fire, police, and KEMA, and then we're going to go to public works. They don't have a lot of projects on the list, so I think we can get them out pretty fast. So that's the order for today. We're going to be starting on page 4 of this sheet. Fire is the second line item on it. And so, any questions on the fire line item from the members? Oh, page 6, sorry. Oh, I might need to borrow somebody's glasses.
That's the only page I don't have questions on.
Number 100.
Is it possible just to have them come up here?
Yeah, I am. If you could just explain that line item number 105. I'm assuming that's, I don't know what HIB.
That's their new
Oh,
project.
hanger in a box.
Hi, good morning. Taudosaki, Public Works. Would it be okay to start just with an overview of how we put this together?
Oh, sure.
Pretty good. Okay. So it is organized by department or managing agency. So I know we already jumped to fire on, it's our page 6, sounds like it's page 4.
Oh, it's our page 6. I didn't look at the number.
Okay.
Good.
And then, so the columns on the far, the colored columns on the far right. So yeah, we got the gray column is the approved ordinance from last year, and then the spend down in purple, the current balance as of February. It may have changed since then, but it's pretty close if it's not exact. And then the proposed increase or decrease in green, and then the proposed ordinance for 2027 in blue. I did just want to highlight, I know we're going to fire, police, and KEMA this morning, but for the whole report, in the purple, you are going to see some zeros as far as spend down, but I just did want to express that doesn't necessarily mean zero progress. You'll see by the status updates that there's quite a bit of progress in each project, and then we're going to have the subject matter experts for everything to explain if there's any questions.
Okay.
So on the helicopter hangar, where are we at in that? Seems like that's been a while.
I can answer this question. Roger Mills, Deputy Fire Chief, Kaua Fire Department. Right now, we just finished up the final phase of drafting, planning, and all the other stuff. So we're going to send out the IFB for the actual construction of the hangar.
So this 201,000 is just the design?
Yes.
Okay, and then I don't see the construction of the hangar on the costing here. Are we going to do that in this next budget year? Is this here and I'm missing it?
So the construction will be paid in, through Act 35. It's not in the CIP.
It's
Through Act 35.
Act 35, which is the state level. Act 35?
That's correct. It's Act 35. The specifics.
But that's state funding? I don't know what you mean by that.
Let me just real quick, because you're talking about what? You're talking about 103 and 104?
I'm sorry?
Are you talking about line item 103 and 104?
That is correct.
I thought we just moved that money to purchase the land up at Kapahi Park, and you said that we didn't need the hangar no more.
Good morning, Rick Matsuyama, Mayor's Office. Yeah, so the money we moved for Kapahi Park was a separate project. It wasn't touching this project. That was for a landing pad more on the North Shore. This one is still at Airport Ahokini, and it is still in progress, but we're not going to use CIP general funds. We're going to transfer it to Act 1235, which is the Rain 18 money that we got.
Oh, Rain 18.
Yeah, so we still have contingency money there. So instead of burdening our CIP, we're gonna use that money.
Okay, so that was basically like state or FEMA, it was FEMA
State
money through the state.
I don't think it was FEMA. Not FEMA. State money.
State money, okay. So, and when do we think it's gonna be done?
Ooh, takes a month. Takes a month for the formal bid process. Then another week after that for anyone who may object, and then construction breaks right after that.
And then, I mean, but how long does it take to build it? Like a year? Like,
So consider it just like the APAL one by Vidina Stadium. It'll be the same structure.
so that means less than a year? Looks
Well,
like,
well less than a
okay, because that, the KPAL structure looks like it's coming up pretty well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions? We'll just finish up the helicopter hangar item. Any other questions on the helicopter hangar item? If not, Council Chair, we'll go back to your question on number 105.
That was the hangar in a box, and I mean, I guess it's a separate facility for the mechanics?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And so, well, let me follow up on that. That is, where is that facility going to be? Is it right next to it, or is that in a different place?
So it'll be behind Kaua Fire Station. Kaua Fire Station is the only fire station we have with actual property that we could expand on.
And then, so, okay, so if there's a bad apparatus from Kalaheo or Papa, they would go there and get fixed there. So when I'm raising concerns about having not enough mechanic shop area, this is sort of a mechanic shop area for the fire department. The fire department has their own mechanics anyway.
Yes. Correct.
All right. And that's going to be done when, do we think?
That's anybody's guess, but we already have the tent, thankfully. We have monies to put in the cement, the electrical, and the waterworks. We're just going to have to go out for bid to find someone to construct the actual tent itself over it.
A tent.
Huh?
You're saying a tent.
The tent in a box, that one was supposed to be
A tent
the
in a
original
box.
hangar.
It's literally a tent.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, it's like the ones at the airport you see that house helicopters and so forth.
Okay.
Same thing.
Okay. So we don't have to spend
No, we
$300,000
already have it.
drawing up a hangar in a box. Okay.
We just got to put it out to bid for someone to actually
So maybe in
construct
a
it.
year we might have.
I would assume so, yes.
Okay.
And their fire truck can fit in it, right?
Lots of them can.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Councilmember Holland, follow up.
Just following up on that, the Kaua fire station, I heard that floods really bad and there's drainage issues with that site. Are we addressing that with this area, or is that also going to be in a flood zone and are we thinking about that when we?
So we created a wall, a barrier where the water's got into in that area of the sliding glass door of the Waikomo Street,
Okay.
where the water came through, and there's a wall barrier along with a flood barrier that we picked up in the door, so it won't be flooding through the station unless there's some catastrophic
Okay.
flood.
So
We'd
maybe
have to do the same thing with the.
put all the oils and gas up, just in case secondary containment and all the things. But thanks, guys.
Any other questions on this item? Okay. Any other questions on the fire item, other fire items? All the rest is just deferred maintenance type projects.
Yeah. And the Wanini lifeguard tower, that says $0 because we're expecting, did it come yet? It says 2/1/2026.
We have it.
We have it?
We have it at Hansador. We're just working with Parks and Recs to get it out to the actual beach park.
And then how long does it take to put it in?
That depends on the manpower that public Parks and Recs have in order to assist us. We need their sky lift and so forth to actually erect it. So,
But it's likely to be in place by summer.
oh, guaranteed.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, I shouldn't say guaranteed. High probability.
High probability, okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, any other questions for fire? If not, I'm gonna let them go. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
And my preference would be for police to come up too. if-
Police is next.
The police are on their way right now. Is it okay if we jump to Kima?
Sure.
Oh, okay.
So we have a presentation here.
Was there
Sir?
any questions for police? I mean, you could,
We'll take chemo first.
yeah, I know, I'm just curious, because if we don't need KPD, because they
Yeah,
have a few items.
I have no
You
questions.
can just cancel them unless somebody had questions.
I definitely don't.
We'll give them a second just in case.
Okay.
Yeah, chemo only has 2 items or 3 items. 2 items. Any questions for chemo?
Yes.
Okay, Councilmember Cowden.
That radio system, that is been, we talked about it last year, unless this is a different one. Is this the same one that we discussed last year?
You're talking about the chemo radio system phase 1.
Yeah.
Hi, Elton Ushio, Emergency Management Administrator, Kima. Radio system, same system, our 800 megahertz public safety radio system. That's been in place for, quite a while. I don't know the exact start of it off the top of my head. But it is the same system that we've been continuously upgrading and hardening. And that item that you're looking at represents a phase migration to the next generation platform. So that is approximately 1.5. It's phasing that way versus a outright 6 mil one-time upgrade.
Okay. All right, and that's just something kind of ongoing and underway.
Yeah, we continually try to improve. As you know, in recent years, we've expanded the number of channels available. We did digital and encryption, and we've done a FirstNet migration so that the radios, at least the next generation radios, operate on both 800 megahertz and AT&T public safety broadband wireless.
And so how is that different than item 113, which is, the ongoing $3 million project that looks like we're going to spend $250,000 this time?
We're adding.
Anticipating on spending 3 mil, over
3
just
million.
over 3 million.
Yeah, so that one too is a pretty complex and robust process. We have a professional services contract out to a contractor, Banyan Networks, and they have been working on a design phase. And with the retirement of our telecom officer, we're very fortunate to get administration support in that we have our telecom support officer who's working the project with the assistance of a highly capable project manager from the county side, Mike Contreras back there. So they're working towards going through formal procurement in the coming months, so that we hopefully will have something fully contracted for the actual construction installation phase later this year.
So is that a completely separate system or related to 113?
Those are for our for 5 of our sites where the infrastructure is housed. We have the radio system core at the public safety building, police station, Kima, and then we have sites around the island where we have repeaters to ensure that the communication of the signals gets around the island and the responders can talk back to the core.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for chemo? On any of their 2 items? If not, thank you.
Thank you.
Todd, if we do have questions, do you think you could answer the police ones?
I can try, yes.
Let's just go through it. If there are questions.
Okay. When we're talking about the Kaua Police Substation, I know they've done quite a bit of work. I saw 2 of our officers were actually honored, as employees of the month for the work that they did uncompensated. It seems like they did quite a lot. What is left in this $310,000?
This is a new item.
Okay, for Kaua, excuse me, yeah. So what's gonna happen? This is remodel the former Kaua Neighborhood Center? What does that mean? Is it, I mean,
So the Kaua substation currently located the same building or proximity with
Right.
The Kaua Neighborhood Center. So they are remodeling.
just what is the substation right there? I mean, that's what those two men did. I don't remember their names. Nesbitt, I know, was one of them. Yeah, can you just tell me a little bit more about that?
Good morning. For the record, Michael Contreras. So we, working with Parks and Recreation, the police department, took a look at the property. And if you recall that there's an old or former, I believe it was a courthouse, the former courthouse that sits in the front. Mm-hmm. And it made more sense to have the police department move into that facility versus where they are currently. They would get a lot of inquiries about, programs and whatnot, that is adjacent to the neighborhood center, right? Because they're kind of right now in the neighborhood center.
Yeah.
And the parks was occupying the former courthouse. And so the idea is that they moved into the old courthouse so that they would have their own facility separate from the neighborhood center.
And when they remodel this, is this in any way going to be able to have them be able to do a little bit more of the reports and things like that? Because what I do here is the further out the officers are, whether they're at the stream on the north shore or the west side, Kaua is not so far necessarily to take them into Lihue, but I know that if they get citations, instead of having to arrest people and take them into all the way to Lihue, are we making these substations more robust in terms of what we can do admin-wise? So we don't.
That's absolutely the intent. Is that there's more space in the old courthouse, and that would give them a little bit of room to expand. Part of the initial or preliminary design is looking at creating a locker room space, which they need to have for the staff. And if I don't want to speak for the police department, but my understanding of the plan is that they would be looking at creating an actual police substation that would include or require officers to report there and work in that particular community.
And would there be a holding cell if somebody needed?
I don't believe there'll be a holding cell.
Okay, because I've heard that request too, like if somebody's from the west side, be able to hold somebody without having to drive them all the way in.
I don't believe that's part of the plan.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Councilmember Carvalho?
No, I just wanted to follow up on can I move to the next one?
PayPal?
KPAL. Just gonna getting an update on that one. I mean, how far along are we? I know we're working towards making it happen sooner than later, but we have all the resources we need overall for this.
Yes. Currently it's going very well. Our contractor is moving pretty quickly. We anticipate completion of the building sometimes towards the end of April, beginning of May. My understanding is that the last piece of it will be installation of the flooring in the gym and the new equipment. It's going really well. So they're moving.
Thank you.
I have a follow-up on that.
Councilmember Claudia?
So if we have that done, let's just say by the end of May, are we moving what we have at the Philippine Cultural Center out of there and into this area, or is it going to be a different sport?
No, the equipment and items in the Philippine Cultural Center will move over to the new facility. So I believe our lease there ends in July.
So when we were looking at the youth center here, that also says KPAL.
Yeah.
So is
That'll be different programs.
different programs?
Yes.
So we'll have programs. Do you know which ones they are?
So at
Boxing over
at the KPAL Sports Complex, there are 3 bays, and each bay will have different activities. One bay is a gym, a workout area. Another bay is for wrestling and jiu-jitsu, and then the third bay will be for boxing
At Vindina.
at Vidina.
So do you know what's going on over here?
Over here, KPEL is looking at having laser engraving classes. I believe it's esports and computer programming, and then also bowling.
Okay. All right. I didn't know that. I was assuming it was what was at the Philippine Cultural Center, but so that's going, okay. And then the evidence storage.
I have a follow-up on
Okay.
here.
Yeah, real quick
Council
follow-up.
Chairperson.
The lease at the Philippine Cultural Center is not going to be renewed.
My understanding is it'll end in July.
That's the existing lease, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. So the budget, I didn't look that far ahead in the KPD budget, so there's no extension of that lease in the budget?
I don't believe it's beyond July, but I would double check with KPD.
Okay, no, we'll get to it, thanks.
Okay, Councilor O'Connor.
All right, and the evidence storage warehouse is $310. So, $310,000. Only recently I've had to start using reading glasses, but this is tiny. So I'm not used to
We were
putting
just
glasses.
commenting on that.
I was like, oh my gosh.
We could make it a little bigger, and we'll probably end up with like
Yeah.
So many
20-something
pages.
pages versus however many we have, but I mean, either
It
way.
is small, Felicia, I'll give you that. It's small.
Yeah, so
We'll
I
end up
have
with
to
20
put some.
pages versus 10, but.
Yeah, so I don't even hardly know how to use the glasses, but so, construction of a prefabricated building foundation lighting, so, this $310,000, that is phase 1 or phase 2?
For the record, Mark Ozaki, Deputy Chief, Police Department. That will be phase 1.
Okay, and then phase 2, when it's done and ready, will be,
Phase 1 would give us a better estimate of the total cost, but right now an estimate is probably about, actually, I can't even tell you.
more than a year?
Oh, no, well,
To be able to actually use the evidence room?
we would have to, phase 2 would be probably next year's budget.
Okay, so it'll be 2 years before we're able to really move evidence?
Yeah, so the first phase would be the assessment and getting the plans and the procurement for that, which we know is time consuming. And then after, within a year, we should be able to have a good estimate and put in for us phase 2 of the construction phase. And that shouldn't take more than a year.
Okay, because evidence storage is a constraint for the police department right now, right? You guys are bursting at the seams? Okay,
They're still using the same area, they're just covering it more
with a tarp, tent?
with this, well, eventually it's gonna be a warehouse. but-
For the record, Assistant Chief Makana Rivera. So what we're trying to do is, if you've been to our facility, which I know you have.
But it's like a tent, right?
Well, in that corner, there's a tent, but that's not what we're looking at. We're looking at the corner that's closest to the stadium side of the property. You might see a lot of our accident vehicles
Yeah.
and whatnot in there. That's the area we're looking to cover and actually make it secure. Right now, there's some security issues in that area and maintain the integrity of a lot of the vehicles and other items that are being stored.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah, they're still gonna have issues with storage space, I think. Because we've never, haven't been able to increase their footprint.
And that land right behind it, that's Grove Farm? Have we tried to buy any of that? I mean, it seems like it's adjacent, like you thought, since they're selling a lot of land. Okay,
Any other questions on the storage warehouse? Not, I think we only got one more item left for police, which was completed, the shooting range. Any questions on that?
it was nice.
Okay. If that's the case, then, thank you. Done with police.
Apologize for being here.
Sorry to make you guys run right over here for that.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, so we'll, go back and start on page 1. And we'll just work through the public works we're gonna go in order now, each page. So do you have any questions on page 1?
Gotta put my glasses back on.
I'm interested in.
We had questions on like Anini Bridge and stuff. Council Chair, did you wanna relook at those again? I know you got some answers yesterday, or
Yeah, I definitely want to ask the question. As far as the two
Mike.
bridges, I think Troy said it's best we ask engineering for that, so. I mean, I just.
Was that
wanna get-
Anahola, not Anini?
Anahola and Anini.
And-
I mean, not
New
Anini, but New
Malo.
Malo. Those were the two that.
oh, sorry,
Yeah.
it's not on this page.
Yeah, it's another.
It's on the next. It's
I got
in here
notes on that
somewhere.
one too.
I just saw a bridge. I figured.
Yeah, no, those are the two.
I'm wondering about 13, 14, and 15.
And I'm wondering about 10.
Council, we'll go to Councilmember Holland first.
I'm just interested in knowing more about this 1.2 million allocation for the renovation and what that includes. Compared to 13 and 14, it's just, they all say this. I'm just wondering though.
Yeah, so duplicate line items, just different funding sources, some bond, some general.
Right.
These new funds are for tenant spaces and tenant improvements.
So that's the babysitting?
Correct.
Childcare, excuse me.
What is the, I mean, so I'm looking at 13, 14, 15, and 16.
Mm-hmm.
They're all pertaining to Hōʻike renovation. Is that, that comes out to probably almost $2 million, I guess. What is that just that, the old Big Safe?
Correct.
Both line items are the same location. It's all
It's all for the former Big Safe spaces.
okay.
So what is at this point, what is the actual plan for that location? I know we heard Mark talk a little bit about KPAL, but what else is gonna be in there?
Now that the tenants, it's either the tenant already has been selected or it's down to the last maybe couple, but what's needed now is the improvements for the actual use, so the specific uses of the tenants. We've identified what they're going to need, and these funds will pay for the fitting.
Are you able to identify the tenants? Or have they been identified already?
It's childcare, right?
Yeah. I don't know if I can identify the actual tenant yet.
Okay. They never signed lease, they did.
Rick Matsuyama. So, yeah, still going through the procurement process, so we're still going through the
Oh, you're going
selection
to,
process.
okay.
And so that's, you guys have just close to $500,000 already for that, and we need 1.2 more, but that's all the outfitting for those tenants.
It's like making sure the bathrooms and those kinds of things, interior walls.
That's it for me on this
Councilmember
page.
Cooley.
And I mean, you were taking input from potential tenants, and so the space is not necessarily being designed specifically for a singular purpose, because ultimately it could be available to different tenants. Right?
Yeah, ultimately that's kind of what took us longer than we wanted, was that we were trying to get input from preschool programmers in storage needs, bathroom needs, and going through the DHS rules on ratios and those kinds of things. And ultimately, everybody was different. Everybody wanted different things. And so we tried to design it multiple ways to accommodate different needs. And so that kind of took us longer than we would have liked. So now that we went through the actual concession bid process, we are identifying people that are serious about the space, and then we can more specifically identify their needs.
When is the goal to have that open and those tenants moved in? No idea. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years?
Hopefully before this administration.
Oh, okay, so you guys are hoping for by the end of the year to have this construction done, this money spent?
Yes.
Okay.
I have a follow-up.
Councilmember Caldwell.
So we talked about the goal being moved somewhat because when we originally developed this, in my memory is that we had this with some of the COVID emergency funding. I think there was like $7 million of this.
ARPA, yeah.
ARPA came from that. And so there was a specificity for childcare, though certainly probably KPAL could qualify for that. And when we're looking at infant and toddlers, that's a very specialized business. When we were thinking we were going to be preschool, and that would be a much larger portion of the property. If we don't have a tenant for it, is there anything restricting us based on where we got the funding from putting other county functions in there? Because we're still a little tight in the building over there.
Yeah, no, that's a good question. No, there are no restrictions based on using the ARPA monies. Yes, we are still planning like a conference room for county use, and so the design of that makes it a little bit more complicated. So we can expand the use. We do want to keep the majority of it. It's a 25,000 square foot space. We want to keep the majority of it childcare, whether it's after school programs, whatever that looks like, to accommodate what the demand is, for our community. We're open to all of it. So we're just, as we're reviewing the bids that are coming in, we're kind of seeing where the need is and how we can address that need.
So the planning department, has that move happened yet into what was, I think it was GEMS or something like that?
No, but it is still in place, and there are line items in here so the storage is all cleaned out where planning will move to, but there are funds in here to help with the move and the, making the space usable.
And the reason why I'm asking relative to this is that we feel confident that we have enough room for planning over there. Just like if we're putting a lot of this space to use only in the after school time, it seems like we have so much need.
Yeah, and I think with this, we can move planning, the space that we've built out for planning, not built out, but cleared for planning, is much bigger than what they have now. So that will allow them much more space.
And will then we not be cramped with the rest of our...
Yeah, so
what about wastewater? Wastewater's tight.
So then the idea is finance will move all downstairs. So the entire downstairs where planning is, DMV, real property, that will all be finance, including the wastewater space. Wastewater will move upstairs to where accounting is now. So then all public works will be in that second floor hallway.
So wastewater's going to have more space
More
than
space.
they have now, and more space for storage. I know they've been very tight.
Yeah.
Okay.
Councilmember Kuli'i.
So a couple of years back, Councilmember Cavalli and I were at the NACO conference, and we had some materials on all the pre-K and early child development and different kinds of programs that are happening across the country. And then we brought them all back, and then it seemed like the person to talk to was Alice Luck from KPAA, Hawaii Planning and Action Alliance, because they had some, I don't know if they're doing service delivery, but community planning and trying to identify nonprofits that would provide that kind of service. Have you guys included her in any of the planning? Hawaii Planning and Action Alliance.
Yeah,
I believe her name was Alice Luck.
Yeah, so we've, prior to us hiring our early childhood coordinator, KPAA, also Alana, who was working at the time, yeah, so she was our primary contact as well. So they're all included now. With our new early childhood coordinator, we're trying to make sure that she really makes those relationships flourish. Not just here locally, but also across the state.
Okay, thank you.
Just as a follow-up, I think it's new leadership. I don't believe Alice is still in that position.
That's correct.
Councilmember Carvalho.
I know we had the discussion before, overall, the project. What is the plan again for the parking, the drop off, the pickup, the parking?
Yeah, it's all within that fenced area
Only
right
within
now.
that.
Yeah, so there will be drop off and pickup kind of in there. There's also going to be, because there are requirements to have outdoor play space for not infants, but toddlers and up. So those are being accommodated in that space as well.
Councilmember
Just
Cooley.
one other thought. So, with this coming online and the potential need for parking for public, right, for users of this space, have you looked at reconfiguring how all the parking is assigned or used or?
Those are ongoing discussions. Yeah.
Those,
I have one small question.
Councilmember Cowden.
Do we have a new name for it, or are we still calling it Big Save? But what's the new name for it?
We don't.
Okay.
Mayor has his own idea of a name, but we haven't agreed on it yet.
Any other questions regarding the PE Koi renovations? That will move on. Any other items? I have a question on the levee improvements. Are those all for Waimea, or are there other levee projects we're doing? Or maybe Hanapepe too, or?
This is for line item 12. This is primarily for Hanapepe levy. Some funds are being allocated to Waimea.
And how's that
What was
going?
that arrow?
Number 12.
I got.
Is that progressing fine?
Councilmember Carvalho.
Yeah, I wanted to go down to number 23, Ho'onani Road sidewalk.
Oh wait,
Is
did you
that
have
okay?
a follow-up?
Oh, you have the
on-
same one, sorry.
You got a follow-up on the levies?
Yeah.
Councilmember Cowden.
So how's that? That's been a long time too, and so that's probably the Act 35 money.
For the specifics on this one, I'll defer to Bryson.
I'm just wondering how that's going, because that's been a long time too.
Bryson is the levy improvements project.
Good morning.
Morning.
Bryson Vivas, for the record. Sorry,
Okay,
could you
so
repeat that
that
question?
levy improvement, that's $585. I mean,
$585,000.
at 585,000. I'm sitting there looking, struggling just to see these numbers. They're so small. 585,000. How is that moving along? Is it pretty good? These sluice gates, I thought they had already been fixed.
So that project there, it's 2 sluice gates and relining the culverts for Hanapepe levee. It also includes the CCTV of the Waimea levee. Right now it's in design. We have our contractors looking at it. They haven't provided us the full design of the levee repairs yet, but that's ongoing right now with our contractors.
Okay. And then will we be talking to you later about the Wailua area? Is that on here somewhere?
I'm sorry, which project?
I'm just thinking about Wailua, where we have that near Swinging Bridge where it crosses. That's obviously somewhere else here, but that embankment where we go down to cross the ford at Wailua, that's still kind of a disaster right there.
There's no project in the CIP for that.
Waimea.
Waimea, what did I say? Wailua?
Wailua.
Oh my gosh. Forgive me. Waimea, yeah, right there, because that's also near those levee improvements so that, I don't see that here. Is that in here somewhere? We'll talk about that later.
That's I think, I don't remember seeing it in here, but I think she's talking about the Waimea crossing.
Yeah,
At
because
one time,
the way
they're
that
gonna harden the crossing.
they're going to harden the.
I don't know, there was a fight between whether it was a county project or a state project. I'm not exactly sure.
But how we.
But I don't think it's in.
How we made it,
seeing it.
how we made it drive down to the crossing is in the wrong place. So what we did for the county to work for that hardened crossing, the way you drive down, you don't meet up with the crossing. So it's a pretty big mistake there. So we did not solve that problem. And so it's very difficult for everybody who lives back there. So I tried to look for that.
I don't think that
didn't see it.
project is in here.
It should be.
Well, I don't know if state allocated money for that too, so
The crossing itself, but where we make our road come down and meet it, it doesn't, we fix something, but it didn't hit the crossing.
Is this related to the levy?
No, I mean, because the levy, all that stuff is right in there. I just sort of looked to see if that was in here somewhere. I didn't see it. I don't understand why it isn't.
Maybe I can shed some light.
Yeah.
So there was a project previously to harden the crossing. The community couldn't come to a consensus as to what type of crossing, whether it was going to be constructed of concrete or Gabion type, and so that project disappeared.
Well,
a big section of the community wanted it to just stay the way it was and maintain a rock crossing that they would repair after every flood that would have taken away the rocks that they placed. As far as the slope or access ramp down to the crossing, that is something that the county maintains because it's a crossing over our levee. The roads division on a periodic basis goes there, inspects it. They put back that ramp where it's been historically.
I'll have to go look
Time
again.
after time.
When I have gone down there, where we made the slope come down, it didn't hit where people are driving across. So we had it in the wrong place. So I'll go look again. I know I've filmed it. I've sent over a little film, people crossing there. Anyway, it's not on this item, but that is it. I'll go look again.
Oh, and forgive me, I think I forgot to identify myself. Troy Tanigal, County Engineer, for the record.
Okay. So still on page 1, any other, Councilmember Carvalho.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on the Ho'onani Road Sidewalk Pedestrian project, and I know it's consultant selection before the end of June, but just overall, I mean, once that's complete, I want, just an update on that.
Okay, so we're moving into engineering. So get Michael Mold up here.
Chair, members of council, Michael Mold for the record, engineering division. What was the question?
So the Ho'onani Road Sidewalk Pedestrian Lane, and I know it's consultant selection before the end of June. So what is the update on that? I mean, overall, once the selection is made, moving forward.
Once the selection is made, we'll start working towards design to design that project. So that's we did some interim improvements there recently with the paving project to delineate a walkway of sorts, and for on Ho'one Road. But the intent of this project is to sorry, wrong street. Ho'onani Road, yeah, sorry. Ho'onani shoulder on Ho'onani Road, the wall, as it's often called near the Sheraton, and try to formalize that into a pedestrian walkway. So that it's used a lot by people walking. I live south side and I see people there every time I go through. And I walk and jog there myself. And so it's something that's needed. We're going to be, once we have the consultant on board, our plan is to have one consultant for 3 projects that are funded with the same funding, to design them all at the same time, and then move forward construction after that. It'll probably take a year or more to get through design. We don't have a schedule yet developed for this one. It's just one that's just starting out that, we're as I mentioned yesterday, we've been successful with some hiring. We have some new bodies coming in. Hopefully we're making some offers soon. And we're hoping to pick up some of these projects that have been languishing for a bit to get them moving with this new staff coming in and staff that have just came in last year.
I got a follow-up.
You go first.
I just trying to understand the process because these projects actually 23, 24, 25 were CFD. These are the projects that come off of the CFD from Kukuyula. Is that?
That's correct, yes.
So these projects were opened up in 2021, 5 years ago. So what is the process that those funds sit in this account for years and years and years? What's the assurances that these things are gonna get done.
I think you all are well aware of the staffing challenges we've had in engineering and throughout the county, and it's a challenge that we've been working through and we're resolving at this point. We have, as I mentioned yesterday, 2 pending offers, which would bring us down to just 1 vacancy in civil engineering. But these projects, along with some others, are victims of not enough staff to run the projects that we have on the list of projects.
Yeah, so, and it's not just for the CFD fund, but for all the funds. Does it make sense to tie up these funds in projects that we know we're not going to do?
Valid concern. I mean, I think at this point,
I think it's a fiscal responsibility of this body to make sure that we're not tying up taxpayers' money in accounts that we know we're not going to get done.
Well, I mean, at this point, we do have staff coming on board, and we have recently hired staff, and we do intend to get them done.
Yeah, but you know, we hear that every year, and if you add up all of these projects, they add up to significant amounts of money. That's all I'm asking is, you know, at what point do we say, hey, you know what, we really cannot do this project this year, so then
I would suggest probably not at the point at which we're about to hire staff and get fully staffed up these projects.
I have a follow-up. So he asked largely what my question was, because I remember that this does continue. When we're looking at the consultant selection, I'm assuming we have a list of ones that we've already utilized. It seems like we very often utilize the same consultants. Are we looking at consultants that we have confidence in?
Yeah, so our consultant selection process, there's typically a panel of members of staff that do that selection, and they use past performance and the other information that they receive in the proposals to select those consultants. It's a competitive quals-based selection, not a low bid, and our staff to make those decisions choose consultants that have been successful or they think will be successful based on the proposals through the work.
And so we have enough consultants that are raising their hand, right?
Yes, it's never been an issue to not have consultants.
Okay.
Councilmember Holman?
Just while we're on that, these projects that we're working on, and hopefully with staff, you're going to be able to move on. Are there any of these that are really top priority, and any of these that are probably going to be the last that we may not get to this year that we're realistic about? Is there anything that you think that?
I mean,
are you hoping on all of them?
The intent for these CFD projects, the intent is to hire 1 consultant to do all the designs, so that we can work on them all at the same time.
Okay, cool.
There would probably be separate bids for construction later, although that remains to be seen. We might bid them all at once as well. But for design, we think that they're similar enough that lumping them together makes the most sense.
Okay, so you are hopeful that at least this money here will start to be moved on these consulting costs this year?
Yes.
Thank you.
Timing question. I just have such an issue with acronyms. What does CFD stand for?
Communities Facilities District. So I'm not an expert in financing this kind of financing, but the way that is funded is through Kaua has created one of these community facilities districts to fund improvements that relate to that development, but there has to be a public benefit also. And part of the public benefit for that particular CFD was to do several projects within the South Side area that came out of the South Kauai Community Plan, and these are some of those projects.
Okay, so that's really super helpful. That, because my memory is, with this community facilities district, who's paying for it it comes out of the real property tax of Kukui'ula property owners, and they pay a little extra percentage, and it comes through that way. That's how that worked.
My understanding is yes, they bond this up front, I believe, and then those funds get become available, and then over the time, people that have properties in that area pay additional, call it a tax, call it additional monies to pay that back.
So I got a nod out of Reiko over here because she's the one who set it up. So even if that money wasn't spent, we couldn't spend that money anywhere else anyway, because that's money that's coming out of a certain separate pot.
That is
we couldn't take that money and apply it to the homeless or something.
Hi, good morning again. Yeah, so we, based on what the CFDs created and the amount that they draw for their bond, we have access to 15% of that, and it has to be used in that specific area, and it has to be for public purpose. So, yeah, basically all goes to.
So this is our 15%. This
Correct.
is how we're choosing to do
Just
our 15%, where their other 85% went to water and.
That's all their infrastructure,
all their
developmental infrastructure.
Okay, so this is part of that 15%, but that's still right there. I'm looking for money for something else. This wouldn't be any of that, because it's committed to that area.
Just last one. So
Councilmember
again,
Carvalho.
Michael, so 23, 24, 25 will be before the end of June, right?
That is our
Okay.
intent.
Councilmember Holly?
And this might be more of a process question, Chair Konashiro, it's maybe even for you, but on item 8, where we have the $13,322 remaining in the appropriation balance, but it says project complete, is that money committed or does that go back to the general fund?
So there's some overlap between the status updates and then when these funds or these monies were reported in February. So this is one that we can scrape and collect with the May submittal.
So that does go back to the general fund and it's not committed?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And then also with item 18, is that why it's reflected in the negative in green? Is because it is confirmed to be going back to the general fund?
That one is bond fund, but yes, same situation though. The project complete where this one was caught before the submittal. And then
Okay, so when it's negative in that column, it is reflecting that it's already been committed to go back to the fund it was taken from.
Yeah.
Great.
I have a question on 18.
Councilmember Cowden.
I need to go drive down there because I haven't been down there for a little while. That's all finished, Aliamanu Road. That's where a lane fell into the ocean. That's finished.
Yes, that project is finished.
Okay.
Any other questions on page 1? Not, we'll move on to page 2.
I have a question for, 32 is a question that Fern just asked. That project is complete and that's $204,000 that should revert back to the GET fund. But page 33 is one that is on every year. In fact, this project was opened in 2017 and it's the Moy Road pedestrian path, which every year we hear the same thing. I want to know, are we going to do that or not? I see the status update, design consultant is working on the preliminary design. I think that's what was in last year, but what is the plan for Moy Road? Those people have been waiting way too long for that pedestrian path.
We have 2 Moy Road projects. We have 2 Moy Road projects. I just want to make sure.
Well, this is the sidewalk along Moy Road. W17, that's the first project opened in 2017, almost 10 years.
Okay, yeah, so this is the description on this should be corrected. This is one that we were designing in-house. And again, staffing challenges. This is when we don't always have staff that can do design in-house in AutoCAD, and we lost the staff that could do that, and this got pushed back due to that. We will be deciding based on who we hire for the civil engineer 6 manager, project manager, section head position. Depending on the candidate that takes that position, we will ultimately decide whether we're going to go ahead and do this project as a separate project, or just roll this into a federal aid project that will be addressing all of Moe Road. There is a design consultant working on the full length of Moe Road for sidewalks and pavement and some shoulder widening. As a separate project, as a federal aid project, and if we're able to get staff members that can do that work in the short term, we will build that first section of sidewalk with a county design. If not, we're going to roll into the larger project that we got.
So it's not gonna happen, that's what you're telling me? 'Cause I don't know what to tell those people anymore. Moy Road, those people, they don't complain, that typically, that area doesn't complain, and it's, every year we tell them the same thing, yeah, it's on the budget, it's on the budget, it's on the budget, and I just, am extremely frustrated. That request came in a long time ago.
Yeah, I've been frustrated about it as well, honestly. It's one of these things.
So
where-
what can we do to move this along? Is it, I'm trying to understand what you said.
If
It's wrong, it needs to be corrected, that this design is gonna be done in-house? Is that what you said?
We've been working on the design in-house, and we're very close to completing it, but we've lost the staff that can complete that design, and if we get the right person for this manager position, this will probably be finished and ready to bid within.
Why wouldn't we have gone outside for this one? Everything else we go outside. Why we, if we don't have the ability, why would not we have gone outside? Is it just not a priority, Moy Road? Is that what you?
No, it's not that. It's that. Yeah, changing from an in-house design to an external design takes effort and time with the staff.
I know, but this is 2017.
Understood. I don't have a good explanation, honestly, for
Okay.
why we haven't moved this to
That's fair.
to a design.
I'd rather you say you don't have an explanation.
But we, again, it's close to being ready, or has been close to being ready for a while, and it's just a matter of finalizing this and getting it out. And we should be able to do that very quickly if we get the right staff members and with these two hires.
I have two follow-ups on that.
Councilmember Cotton and Councilmember Cooley.
Follow up on that is I'm noticing, because I have last year's form too. So it was number 55 last year, so it was 300,000. So this year it's 375,000. Did it go up just probably because of inflation, or did we add something to the project?
The 300,000.
Sorry, the 300,000 is a different project. It's the other
Consultant and spent, right? Was the consultant part of it, and it's on the next page.
Oh, okay, all right.
But it does also say Moy Road sidewalks.
It does say Moy Road sidewalks.
Essentially we had a mix-up in the names and the descriptions on these, and we'll get that fixed.
Okay, so I have one other question. When we put this,
Hang on, because I'm curious. Is that
the same project?
Is it the same project?
It's not the same project.
Okay,
As I mentioned, the one on 55 is the one that does have a design consultant on board, initiated in 2024, and that one is under design, and we're actively in design right now.
It's the same project.
It's not the same project. It's a separate project, and
So what's the difference between sidewalks and pedestrian safety?
So again, the one that says Moy Road sidewalks, which is number 55, the full name of that project is the Moy Road. Getting the name now, but it says Moy Road. Actually, Moy Road Improvements Project, and it includes more than just sidewalks. It includes paving of portions of the road further up, and it includes some shoulder widening as well.
The older one. That one, according to your sheet, and this is now line 55, you're showing that you paid 300,000, that you already spent 300,000 for the design consultant.
300,000 has been encumbered for the design consultant for that project. As I mentioned, we may roll the other project into this one if we can't get it done within the next 6 months.
But the 35 or the 33 line of the 375,000 is not committed and encumbered.
It's not, because it's
still waiting.
design's in-house, and it'll be encumbered for construction once we finish the design.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I still do intend to get this done, but I will say this: if we can't get it done within the next 6 months, we'll cancel that project, roll it into the bigger one, and cancel the separate project because it won't be worth it anymore.
so I have a follow-up on that.
Councilmember Cotton.
This sidewalk, is it going on the east side of the road or the west side of the road?
The shorter initial project to get a sidewalk from Hanapepe Road up to, I think it's Conning Street, I believe, or Kahe, I forget which.
Ahi, right? Not Ahi Road?
Ahi's a little further up. The first road is either Kahe or Kane, and Kane, thank you. That first section is the one that has been mostly designed in-house, and we're trying to finish. That one is on the east side of the road, and the rest of it, right now, we're still in the preliminary design aspects, and we're looking to continue on the east side, which is the side that most of the housing is on Hōʻike Heights. But that's not yet finalized, but our concept with the consultant is east side as well.
So I speak with people who live in Hōʻike Heights, and so some leaders in that community have asked, so I'm just putting there why to keep the west side open, is that they feel if we took the signs on the road out of the shoulder and moved that to the edge of the road, if there was a crisis, like a fire, we could use the shoulder as another downhill lane so that that would function as an emergency exit. Because to get out of there, if Hōʻike Heights caught fire, it would be a real problem. And so being able to have 2 downhill lanes, even possibly 3, would help people get out. So I would hope that we wouldn't put the sidewalk on the west side of the road, because there's a collection of people, homeowners up there, and that's their request.
Yeah, I had not heard that request, but yeah, we don't intend to put it on the west side.
Okay, so just even bury that in your brain somewhere, that might be, that's a request of the residents for their safety.
Okay.
Any other questions on Moy Road? Okay, any other questions on page 2? Councilmember Carvalho.
Yeah, well, it goes into page 3, but the Kapahi Bridge repairs, and it says here that start actual work latter part of this year. So there's 3, yeah. Just wanted to get an update on that.
Yeah, so some of these funds are left over from
There's $1 million.
an older project to replace the bridge, which has been replaced. But the current project, which all of these funds are now for, is for repairing the scouring of the substructure of the bridge from the various flooding events we've had over the years. And the consultant is working on the design, and we anticipate, as it says, we anticipate that being finished and ready to start late this year. We have a couple different bridge design consultants we're using, and one of them is working on design for this scour repair.
Any other questions on page 2?
37, Ho'olako. How is that going?
Which was it?
37, Ho'olako.
Oh, that's not on the next page.
That's a significant improvement.
So is design finalized with state?
Sorry, what was the question on that one?
Just this is a 1.75 million at Ho'olako Street drainage repair. It says design has been finalized with the state. How are we doing on that one?
Shovel ready?
Yeah, I'll let Mike Contreras talk about it. I'm familiar with the design because we're reviewing that in engineering division, but Mike's the manager of that project.
We're still on page 2, item 37.
For the record, Michael Contreras, CIP coordinator. The design is almost finished, and so right now it's with the state for them to review and sign off, because the culvert will connect with the state highway, and so we needed their involvement and approvals. And once that is done, then we're able to go out to bid.
And so we anticipate this to reduce flooding in that area?
So part of the initial concern is that the businesses along that ditch have lost some property because of erosion. And so with this design, we hope to fix that. And also, if we go with the design of a box culvert, we'll be able to pave over it and create some additional parking space at Vidina Stadium.
Okay.
So no longer have that ditch that you have to walk over a bridge over there.
Yeah, that's along the businesses, all the way down past the baseball field to the highway.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's why.
Yeah.
So that's probably why it costs so much.
Right.
100
Yes.
feet.
And, this will also be a savings for our public works staff because they'll no longer have to care for the ditch. It's a lot of maintenance, and so we'll reduce maintenance greatly by this project.
Okay.
Any other questions on that item?
Just being that the design is finalized, do we know how much of this 1.75 million is it actually going to be expended for that, all of it?
Yes.
Surprised Kaua Road is so much less expensive than the Ho'olako Street drainage repair, but
You have a question on number 40?
yeah, that's kind of been needed for a while, yeah, to fix that. So I guess this is just for the consultant.
That's correct.
Okay, that's why it's less.
Yeah, we would be, later, once the design is complete, we would be, this is a federal aid project, so we'd be looking for 20% matching funds
Okay.
to construct the project later.
Okay, any further questions on page 2? Now we'll move on to page 3.
I have a question.
Councilmember about it.
I have a question on 45 around the Kaua Road improvements. As you know, I've been invested in that whole area, and I'm just wondering. It says it could be pushed back. I'm just wondering what the details maybe are around that.
Yeah, so there's a few factors on this one. We're trying to coordinate with the water department there's a state parcel that the water tanks are on. They're redoing the tank right now, and the road is actually partially on that parcel already.
Oh, okay.
And the redoing the curvature of the roadway and putting the wider pedestrian sidewalk will require more of that space, and so we're working with the water department to finalize that discussion.
Okay.
And also improvements to the Kaapuni intersection, and which that we're able to use for the project. So we've been working with Department of Water on that, which has been part of the delay because they're trying to coordinate those two projects.
So that can take usually 6 months to sort out.
Yeah, we're trying to get that sorted out in the next couple of months so we can really start pushing forward on that design. But we have to be finished with the design by May of next year in order to stay in the federal fiscal year 2027 timeframe. We're pushing up on that right now.
So you're hoping to utilize this 500,000 to start design over the next year, or?
I believe this is the additional funds. I think were for the final design for the project. We already have them under contract for the preliminary.
Okay.
And to move to the final.
And then kind of a process question, Michael, just on how you determine if we do get this in-house engineer, which fingers crossed they can do that design in-house for us. Do we pull some of these back that we haven't bid out and we ask?
That remains to be seen.
Okay.
I mean, I think that the Moy Road Sidewalk project was a relatively small project, fairly simple to do in-house.
Okay.
One thing that we may do, depending on who we end up with for this project management section head, we may start pulling some of these back. Probably the big federal aid projects, probably not.
Okay.
Like this one.
This is federal
aid for the construction. The ones that are federal aid, probably not. But it could allow us to really get moving on some of these smaller projects and even things that aren't even yet listed that we kind of have things we want to do, but we haven't added to any lists for money, and because we don't have the staff. We don't have the staff really to do it, and going out for a consultant for small projects is costly. Right.
So, that's what I was thinking.
So we have a bunch of sort of like things that come out of some of the community plans that say, oh, there's a sidewalk here. We get our complaints. Oh, kids can't walk to. A good example would be trying to extend sidewalks on Honolulu Road for King Kamui Elementary School, right? So that's one that's on our radar, and we can do in-house potentially. If it's small enough to do in-house, if we can do that kind of work in-house.
Okay, and so we likely won't. So yes. I won't even ask that. But down to 57, Niumalu Bridge replacement. I know we talked a lot about Niumalu. I think Chair has questions about that as well. But I just want to be clear, the one that we said is completing this month or next month, is it April? It's April, right? Okay, next month. That one is temporary.
Yes.
Okay, so can you just make sure that I understand that? Because I get a lot of calls about that bridge.
Yeah, so the bridge that we were already working on design for a permanent replacement when we had the flood of 2 years ago in April 2024, and that flood undermined the existing structure so much that we had to close it immediately. And a decision was made over the next few months to move forward with a temporary bridge downstream of the existing bridge in land that we already own and can use. There's a little bit of encroachment on a state parcel, but again, they're friendly and we can do that. We work with them to get that right of entry. So we could put in the temporary bridge and get it replaced as quickly as we possibly could while we're still working on the environmental review and design of the permanent bridge. And so that will also allow us, it's almost done. You've been down there, it looks done.
Yeah, it looks permanent. That's partially why I have it.
As Troy mentioned, the welding is the last piece.
Yeah.
We have about 2 weeks or so of that to be done. They're working on it now, and we're looking at April 17th as an opening date.
Seems like a really nice temporary bridge, very
Yes.
permanent temporary
It looks
bridge.
permanent, but this is how temporary bridges often are. But it's modular in nature, right?
Okay.
And so once we finish it and we get the final environmental permitting and final design, which is pretty close for the permanent, we'll start working on the permanent, and the temporary will be used. We won't have to close the bridge again.
Okay.
To replace the old structure on the old roadway alignment, right? That's the intent.
And then when we remove the temporary bridge, any of that is reusable?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So that was the other thing about using the old super ferry ramp and the way that the structure underneath the super ferry ramp was done, is that everything but the abutments that support the structure can be reused elsewhere. So what we have is these steel super ferry ramp segments that are on top of a series of steel beams. And those, right now, it's 3 sets of 24 feet long steel beams with the super ferry ramp 24-foot segments on top. 1, 2, 3. And they're connected together as a single span, 72 feet. And we can take that apart and we'll have a modular set of 24-foot structures that we can use as either a 24, 48, or a 72-foot structure for other bridges, either temporarily or potentially as a more permanent structure on some places where we have bridges that have been weight limited in other places. So we have a lot of bridges that have weight limits right now, and we intend to use those pieces on other bridges once the permanent bridge is done and we remove that structure.
Thank you for that background, Mike. I appreciate it.
Councilmember Cowden.
Number 46, it looks like it's got very similar verbiage. This is Kaikaha Road and Akiola Aloha Road, and so this also says that the county, the design consultant is currently working on the 60% plans for this project, which is on the STIP for fiscal year 2027. It's possible this project will be pushed back to federal fiscal year 2028. So that means this is also a federally funded improvement?
Yes.
And so this, for the same reason as the last, maybe won't happen this year?
Next year, 2027. So again, when we have federal aid projects, they have to be fully ready to construct and bid by the end of May of the year that is in the federal funding year. And that requires all the environmental approvals, any right-of-way issues, which is rare for us, and then the final design. And there's a lot of unknowns, especially with environmental approvals, with SHPD review and things like that. So it's hard to hit targets for dates sometimes on these projects. And so we know that some of these projects, there's a lot of projects currently listed in federal fiscal year 2027 on the STIP, and we know that some of those projects will likely slip to 2028 because the various reviews won't be complete in time to be ready to obligate the funds by May 2027.
So, number 47, if I could ask Councilmember Kaneshiro, Kilauea and Kolo Road. So this has been waiting for a long time. This estimated at $8.5 million. it says, there are 2 outstanding right-of-way issues that are currently being resolved. Construction is anticipated to start in mid-2026. So, can you tell us what those outstanding right-of-way issues are? Is that where at the highway where it belongs to the plantation, Hill Plantation? What is the right-of-way issue?
That's one of the two. There's two issues. One is the one you just mentioned where Colo Road, which is the former Kuhio Highway, that runs currently out parallel, just Mackay of the existing current Kuhio Highway, was owned by the state, or, well, everyone thought it was owned by the state, and it was transferred to the county, I don't know, 40 years ago, whenever the new highway was built. But when the state was constructing their roundabout, which is now essentially complete, they found that the Colo Road right-of-way had never been transferred from Kilauea Sugar to the state.
Yeah.
And therefore, their transfer to us is not valid, so we don't own that road.
Wow.
So we are working we're working with, finalize our on-call surveying contract, redoing that contract, and once that's done, the very first task will be to do the mapping necessary of that road right-of-way so that we can go through the condemnation process, which is necessary to get a road from an entity that doesn't exist anymore, right? So that's one of the two. The other one is that there's the road right-of-way for the small subdivision that's, I think it was called Kilauea Self-Help at one point, I think, the one that's Titcomb Street and Kanekelly Street. So that road right-of-way was, for some reason, never dedicated, from the nonprofit developer of that housing to the county. And that includes the road right-of-way for Kanekelly Street, for Titcomb Street, and for a strip of land along Kilauea Road that was to be dedicated. And so that's being worked through. That one's much further along, and we've been working with that nonprofit, and they're going to finalize that dedication.
And what nonprofit is that?
I think it's Pacific Housing Authority or something like that, Pacific Housing Corporation. I have to look it up.
Okay, all right. So
if you look at the real property information for that lot, I think it lists the name.
okay, so we have to fix that, and then this 8.5 million is basically going to be, we're going to have access to do those 2 streets.
Where are you seeing that 8.5 million?
It's in the project description. It's actually more than that now. The total cost estimate of the project. Most of it's federal funding, but it's more than 8.5 million. I forget the exact number right now, but it's at least the current estimate shows it at that. But once we have these right-of-way items in place, this is an unusual project because part of the funding is this federal land access program funding because of the lighthouse, which is federal land. And because of that, it's actually going to be managed. It's been managed for the design and construction by the Federal Highway Administration, Central Federal Lands Group, which has really been helpful to us, especially with our staffing shortages. We just kind of the full management of it. We've been able to just kind of do design review and kind of take care of some of these right-of-way issues that we are doing now. But they'll be actually bidding that out rather than us. And once this right-of-way issue is resolved, we'll move forward with that.
Okay, because I get asked on that on almost daily, and
I know it's in bad shape.
And I'm just going to throw it to your brain one more time. I've said it a handful of times. When we're looking at our Kilauea being developed there, and especially after we look at modular wastewater treatment, and we're thinking about that modular wastewater treatment at our Kilauea actually addressing the village of Kilauea. I think we have at least 900 cesspools. I'm one of them. I just wonder, when we put that in there, you said we can't put a sewer line underneath there. It seems like if we just put the line in while we're putting in the road, that would make good sense.
Yeah, I remember. I think this was discussed last year also. It does. It would make a lot of sense to do sewer before any other improvements. Couple things on that. There will be some space that won't have sidewalk or pavement on it, where a sewer line could potentially go. But the challenge is that until you know exactly where the sewer facility would be and where the pump stations would be, it's difficult to know right where the sewer lines would go. And so we couldn't specify that prior to knowing that. And at this point, if we tried to add that to the project, I think it would
Be disruptive.
it would be too disruptive for the project being managed by the federal lands folks. I mean,
Well, hopefully there is room right along that, because I know that our neighborhood association has talked about it. Everybody who's trying to, who would otherwise have to put in septic, if they put in $20,000, that we could make that be a contribution towards getting that line in. That would be a way we could share it, and then the people who already have the septic, they wouldn't have to pay.
yeah, and I'll also add that this project, for the most part, most of the additional pavement that's being added, as far as sidewalks and any other pavement, is not in the place where there's a lot of houses and other areas that would be served by the sewer line. Much of it's in the section north of the town, if that makes sense.
I live right on the edge of it. Like I'm the last house on the edge of it, yeah.
Yeah, there are a few blocks there I'd say from Connecticut Street to a little past Titcomb Street, where, yes, that section, we're adding some impervious surface that might make it hard to put a sewer line in, but it's actually only, 10 or 15% or 20% at most of the full length of the project.
Councilmember Holland.
Just so I'm really clear about this, the Kilauea Road one, you are anticipating that those right-of-ways are going to be cleared up fairly shortly, because you are anticipating to start construction with these funds in middle of the year?
Yes, so this project, given the federal government's requirements, this project will occur this federal fiscal year, which is it'll need to be bid out or something. They'll have to start their effort, whatever that is, by September 30th.
Okay, thank you.
And, yeah.
Any other questions on page 3? Not, we'll move on to page 4. Councilmember Holland.
I have one question on Pu'apai Bridge design. Just a status. There's no notes there. 45,000 appropriated.
Yeah, I highlighted that one myself because we need to remove it.
Which number are we on?
62. The project's complete. We need to get that off this list.
Okay, so it is complete, yeah? I thought so. It was looking good. And so
I
that.
talked about that yesterday. We just didn't have a chance to update it before.
Okay, yeah, no worries. That's why we're all here. But the 45 will be going back to the highway fund.
As I understand it, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, guys.
Councilmember Carvalho. Let's stick to engineering first, which is up to number 71. Public Works Engineering, and then we'll take solid waste after that. But while we have Mike up here,
Okay.
any further questions on between 60 to 71?
I do.
Councilmember Cowden.
So
Then-
68 is speed hump traffic calming programs. So we have 68,000 in there, so that's like 1.5 speed ramps. So I sort of asked this yesterday. So we don't have money just sitting in there if somebody wants a speed ramp.
Yeah, so
This one, I guess, is just one particular place, Kamauali'i Highway.
yeah, so I'll talk about that. So I think that as we are, I will mention this from a staffing perspective. We have staffed up on the traffic calming side recently, and you'll be seeing some resolutions for traffic calming from us in the next few months.
Okay.
We've got two public involvement efforts out right now, and we'll be sending more out in the future to do the notifications. And so we think there are other potential funds from general excise tax that can be used to do traffic calming that wouldn't yet necessarily show up on the CIP list. If we end up with additional speed humps or tables that are beyond the value of this. And the current estimate that we have, by the way, is $25,000. It's a bid price for speed tables, and that would be 2.5 to 3 with that 68,000 that's there now.
Okay. And then, can I ask on,
I have
okay,
Chair Raposo with a question.
okay?
69, the twin reservoirs decommissioning, just trying to get an update on that. That has been a project on the books for a few years.
Yeah.
Is that something we're working on right now?
Yeah, we're working on that. It's our floodplain manager is currently assigned to that project, and we're working with that consultant to keep working on the flood maps. The flood map issued the LOMAR letter of map revision is a complex process that takes a while, and that's what's being worked on this time. But yeah,
Do we have a deadline, or is there anything we're working against as far as time is concerned, or?
not that I'm aware of. This is a regulated reservoir, or reservoirs, I guess, twin, by the state. We have to report and pay dam fees every year with the state, and we report about when we have a rain event like we had 2 of in the last month. We report. We visit the site, see how much water there is, and report that to the state through their website. If there's any raise in level, which there usually isn't. But we did see in one of the rain events a small, a few feet of water, so we reported that to the state. And so we have things that we have to do until this gets decommissioned, but there's no specific deadline as to which this has to be decommissioned, but it is one that we're continuing to work on.
Thank you.
Councilmember Cowden?
Number 71, Waimea to Keikaha shared use path. So this is still research grant design of shared use path for $275. Am I remembering wrong, or has this been something we've talked about for a while?
It has been for a while. There were some delays on this one with respect to some of the environmental issues or wetland concerns that delayed the project, and so that's been worked. We worked through that in conjunction with Waimea 400 property that the county owns, and they're moving forward on that design now. This isn't worked out.
Councilmember Quilly.
Now that we have Waimea 400 and master plan and all of that, was that further discussed with the community? Because are you clear what form the path would take? Is it intended to be like Kealahele Makalai, a concrete path, or a different kind of path just to connect Keikaha and Waimea?
So the intent is for a concrete shared use path. There's some discussion.
Do you want that? Maybe with the Waimea 400, when they master planned and they worked with community, was that part of the? Did we get feedback from the community along those lines?
I haven't been directly involved in the Waimea 400 discussions, but I have not heard anything of that.
Maybe we could follow up, because this is just the beginning, right? I mean, it would take a huge investment to actually complete it. This line item is just the beginning.
Yes, yeah, we have. This is another one that's on the STIP for federal funding once it's ready.
Okay.
I have a short follow-up on that.
Councilmember Cowden.
My memory is that was actually going to be Mauka of the highway.
Yes.
So it's not going to be along the beach. It's going to be just sort of like parallel to the highway, running across from Waimea to Keikaha.
Yes, the intent is to put it originally. The original intent back before we had the Waimea 400 property was to put it in the state right of way. But now, since we have the Waimea 400 property, we're looking at within the first 50 feet of that property.
I never thought it would be Makai of the highway. Okay. I knew it was Mauka of the highway. But Mauka of the highway is where the 400 acres is. So it's got to be part of the master plan or not. So hopefully everybody's talking to everybody.
And we have been coordinating. There was some discussion at one point about it being like a boardwalk through some of the wetland areas that are there. And there likely will be boardwalk connections through the wetlands, but the most recent discussion was to maintain this facility not as a boardwalk, but rather maybe small portions of it. If there are areas where it gets close to where the wetland needs to be, would be short pieces of boardwalk, but we wouldn't run it further Mauka into the wetland area on a boardwalk, just to try to provide a more direct connection for.
And I wonder too, if it was part of the master plan, if it may not be that Mauka in the foothills, and so on the northern part of the Waimea 400 plans, you know, where they have affordable housing and all the different things, probably additional parklands, green spaces, whatever, if it might not make sense to be more Mauka where there isn't any wetlands.
Yeah, so the West Kauai community plan actually shows potential for additional paths further Mauka, and that's still potentially possible as part of the development of that area. We still want to move forward with this project in the more direct alignment to provide connection to Keikaha Road right at the beginning of Keikaha. Because if you go Mauka on the old Kanoha Road, which is still there, is a physically usable space, it brings you kind of into the back of Keikaha, and it could work as an additional facility, but wouldn't provide that more direct connection for people, say, for example, middle school students or high school students who live in the eastern part of Keikaha there. They want to get more directly to the schools that are in Waimea.
Yeah.
And so that's why we think that connection is pretty important.
And because it's a major connection, if you will, along the highway, do we already have a widening of the highway that provides a wide, maybe 2-lane bike path? The kind that's on the highway.
The highway has paved shoulders already that can be used, and certainly there's a fair number of recreational cyclists that use those. They park at Waimea Canyon. I see them sometimes, and they've done it myself, ride the highway and then go up Koke'e Road. But for kids, that shoulders type bike lane is, or not even bike lane, a paved shoulder is a place to ride a bike is not comfortable.
Yeah.
And so trying to have this facility set back where it's comfortable for use by others is important.
Safer. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Any other questions for Public Works Engineer? If not, we'll move on to solid waste CIP, starting with number 72. Any other any questions for
I do.
Councilmember Quilly?
Well, mine is 75, if anyone is higher than 75.
Oh, go ahead.
So on the host community benefits, the very specific amount of $339,421, that is following this formula that you write under $3.65 a ton times 92,992.
Correct.
92,992 is the annual tonnage for fiscal year 25?
Correct.
Yeah. So this is the annual allocation that the county is required to make to the Kikaha community.
We're not required, but we have made annual allocations. They've changed over the years. This is the current allocation.
Required because we as a county decided that we should do a host community benefit.
Yes.
I think it's, is that what it's called, host community benefit?
Yes, correct.
Yeah. Then that means the green column, the 339,000, that's the amount that goes in every year based on the formula. And then the blue column would be, after that goes in, it's up to that amount.
Correct.
So there's almost like 2 years worth with this new budget added. I guess we probably get a report from how it's spent every year, right?
Yes, so this is what would be in the fund unexpended. They're continually giving out the grants.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what's available to be expended in Kikaha.
This is probably the one item in the entire CFP budget that is just kind of, it is what it is. It's following what we intended.
Councilmember Carvalho, follow-up question.
Yeah, follow up to that, such an important program.
Mike?
Oh, sorry. Important program, having created and talking about it overall. And to me, our community took on that responsibility to host the landfill. And this whole project or program was very instrumental in helping them move forward within their community. And I just feel strongly that we need to continue to support this. Whatever additional funding we can get, I'm there. I'm hoping our fellow council members can work together, but just knowing that the team that was assembled to take on this responsibility to give back to the community, and that was the whole project's intent. So I just wanted, I guess you gave the update, but anything else happening, or is there any more future requests coming in for this particular project and some of the projects that happen maybe because of this, you know?
So OED manages that project, so I don't have the details for you about what has been funded over the course of the program, but we can certainly get that to you.
Okay.
Yeah,
So just wanted to make sure.
OED usually has, I think, a list of what they've spent the money on, but we can send the question through so that they're prepared and can send it ahead of time.
So we should continue.
And they will be here at the end. They have a couple of projects at the end of this list, so we can come back to this if we need to.
Yeah, I'll be actually, if staff can take note, putting it on our agenda to have a complete discussion on the host community benefit program. I have been hearing some concerns from the community out there, from community members. So I think we haven't had a briefing. I don't remember ever having a briefing in this county, in this council. So we can have, we'll just post it as a briefing in our committee agenda. My question is, the increase of $339,000, and yes, I definitely support the program, but is that due to increase in tonnage or increase in the rate?
Increase in tonnage, there was a slight increase over the prior fiscal year.
That's not a slight increase, that's a $339,000 increase.
No, the landfill tonnage increase was 3,387 tons from fiscal year 24 to fiscal year 25.
So this proposed increase, is it just the same rate that we're?
Correct.
The $3 is $3.65, is that the same rate we pay?
Chair, I believe the increase you're seeing is just based on the fact that there was existing funds already appropriated in prior years. There was still a balance in the account. This year's appropriation is just based on the actual tonnage like we do every year.
Yeah, so the rate didn't change. The rate per ton didn't change.
No, I don't believe it did.
It did not change. It's the same.
Huh?
It's the same rate.
Okay.
I remember the rate changing a few years ago. Was it?
Yes.
Yeah, there were prior changes on the rates.
Councilmember Holland.
So it's basically like a 2-year bank, right? Or am I misunderstanding?
Right now, it is because of what's been.
Because we already have some funds, and then
Granted
we add
out,
every
yeah.
year what the projected is, so we're kind of a little higher. Okay.
Yes, the remaining funds before this add was the 412,000, so it's just the 300 being added this year.
Okay.
I'm trying to do the math. So you said we had an increase in tonnage. How many more tons?
3,000.
It was 3,000 something, sorry, I had that paper, where did it go? Oh, here, sorry. Yeah, so last fiscal year, it was 89,535. Or in fiscal year 24. In fiscal year 25, it was 92,922.
Yeah.
So the difference was 3,387 tons.
Thank you. Councilmember Cowden.
And this is a new item, is that okay? I want to look at item number 79 that says new landfill development and engineering, and Allison, you mentioned the new landfill. I think it was yesterday or the day before we talked. Can you just tell us a little bit about that new landfill? Have we cited that? Looks like we spent almost all this money, right? So we've already done that work.
Well, it's encumbered into a contract with consultants that are going to help us pursue the new landfill. So we've started the work of looking at the environmental hazards at the new site.
Is that closer to Leeway?
Correct, the Ma'alo site.
Ma'alo site, okay. All right, so we got that contract underway.
Yes.
Sorry, allergies. Council Chair Raposo.
No. I just.
Oh.
Yes.
Scared him. Sorry.
gonna start with those.
I was gonna run outside, but then I was hoping the question was gonna go a little
I
longer.
thought it was alley. I thought it was alley. I thought it was the lunch budget.
I will be taking allergy medicine in 20 minutes when we get our break, so I'm not sniffling the whole time. Any further questions on the line item Councilmember Cowden was talking about? 70 or 79?
Yeah, I could just very quickly, between 76 and 78, that is dealing with our existing landfill expansions and maintenance. That's remarkably low number. You know, putting them all
monitoring
together.
wells?
Well,
Which one?
we have 76, 77, and 78, which is landfill expansion, lateral cell 3, landfill maintenance monitoring wells, and landfill phase 2 vertical construction of GCCS, and that means gas. What does GCCS mean?
It's the gas collection and control system.
Okay.
Is that right?
So those are relatively small items at that landfill. That's why.
Well, they've been encumbered already, so the cell 3 expansion, there's funding and a contract that we're pursuing. The EIS, as we discussed yesterday, we did expend we awarded a contract for the GCCS system.
Okay.
There's a balance there in case we have any change orders to the contract. And then the landfill maintenance monitoring wells, were you asking about that as well?
Yeah, I was somehow bracing myself for big numbers over here, so it's a relief that they aren't huge numbers.
Yeah, we spent the
Okay.
money already.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're not asking for a lot in
Yeah.
this next fiscal year budget.
Yeah.
Councilmember Holland.
I'm sorry, I'm going to jump slightly back up again. Line 73, the BMPs for the refuge stations, 72 and 73.
Yes.
So I see we didn't spend any of that 1.3 zero spending, but we still have that, but we're anticipating that that's going to cost another 600,000. I'm just wondering, kind of like a little bit more information on the status of that and what you're expecting.
Sure. So these requests for the CIP funding are because we have the SRF loan, the State Revolving Fund loan. It's a low-interest loan to do those renovations at the transfer station. They cover clean water monitoring items specifically. There are certain items that are part of this construction that they don't cover. It's a very small portion compared to we actually have a approval for a $36 million loan, so this is just a couple million. And things that aren't covered are things like non-emergency eye washes, new backflow preventers, piping, water meters, and restrooms and other comforts that we're going to install when we renovate and upgrade those transfer stations.
Okay, so we are really kind of looking to spend about $2
we
million
are
this year.
we need it. Yeah, to do. We're going to do the Hanalei and then the Hanapepe transfer stations next.
Thank you, Allison.
Any other questions?
I just have a general question for solid waste. Yep. In an ideal world, where we had the money to go and do any and everything that we need from a solid waste perspective, is there anything that didn't make it into the budget, Allison, that you also would have loved to see and we just couldn't make it happen? Sorry to throw that question at you, but I'm really genuinely interested in what your next priority would be outside of what's here before us.
Well, we want to make sure we're doing what we can do, and so I haven't even thought of that.
Right.
So if you could,
No,
I can't come up with something. I mean, we really are struggling to make sure we get all these projects covered.
Right.
And then landfill capacity is the most important.
Yes.
It's an urgent matter, and so we're really focusing on that at this point.
As we go forward, I really appreciate your answer, and I agree with you. I just think wastewater and solid waste are two of the biggest issues that we have, and the biggest things we need to really be investing in the future. And I'm just wondering, as you go forward over the next month or so, as we deliberate through this, I'd be interested if there are additional things. In an ideal world, if we could get a ton of money from federal source or some other source, what those priorities would be when we weren't constrained to this stuff. So just a more general thought. I'd be
okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. If there's no further questions for solid waste, we're gonna move on to wastewater. Let's take a caption break. Yeah. I was gonna selfishly take a caption break. So
Yeah,
I
me
could
too.
take
I got a couple minutes too.
But I was like, 15 minutes. We might be able to get through half the sheet. Yeah, let's. We'll take a 10-minute caption break right now. We'll be back in 10 minutes, where we'll get to public works, wastewater, CIP. We're on Public Works Wastewater CIP on page 5.
Oh, this is strong.
Councilmember Cowden. Mike, your mic.
83, Elieli Fire Station, SPS,
Sewer pump station.
sewer pump station. So it's 700,000 just to complete the design?
Don Kakuda, Civil Engineer, Wastewater Division. Yes, just to complete the design.
Okay. And how much is that repair likely to be? Do you have any idea?
You mean for construction?
So it's when it says rehabilitation, to me that means we're fixing it.
Yes, we are. So you're asking if we have a construction estimate?
Yeah.
As of now? I don't think we have an official one, but I think it would be more than 8 million.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Okay. All right.
Council Chair Raposo. Mike.
Thank you, and thank you guys for being here. Just one.
Sorry, Chair.
One question. 88, 89, and 92, and I'm not sure, it may even include others, but 88, 89, and 92, which is about 3.9 million, looks at improvements that appears to be what was in the bid documents for the $25.5 million dollar resolution this council just passed for the revolving fund. Is this additional monies for those same items?
Yes. Donald Fujimoto, Chief Wastewater Division. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank Council Chair, Council Vice Chair Coley, and Council Member Carvalho for initiating discussions with DHHL on the potential or the great news that they provided on the last council meeting. I wasn't here, but I did watch the presentation, and it's very encouraging that DHHL can provide a 1.5 million gallon per day facility within 5 years. The real challenge will be trying to find out what their requirements are from us and whether we can accommodate their needs. But that definitely, is very encouraging, and I appreciate you guys initiating that with DHHL.
You're welcome.
So with that said, item 83, wait, 88 actually.
88, 89, and 92.
Yeah,
Those are the three
this
that
is-
jump out
yeah.
at me because the UV
Right.
disinfection, all of that was in the repairs that was on that list you guys provided. So I'm just curious, is this additional money?
Yes, well, 83 again was.
No, not
this
80,
list.
not 83.
88, excuse me. 88 was, this list was submitted to council prior to last week's council meeting. And so it's obvious that this is not something that you guys would want to support. We would like to replace that item with I&I repair for Waimea for the same amount, 400,000.
Okay, so this is not for Wailua.
No, we're gonna retract
You guys gonna
that
fix
and
this,
change
okay.
that in the supplemental budget.
So based on what passed last week, you're gonna provide different numbers in the supplemental budget. You're gonna take out the Wailua stuff and put different things.
No, only item 88.
We're not taking out 89.
Yeah.
89 is for a pump station repair that
Right.
we're designing right now.
Yeah.
Okay,
this-
so that is not included in
it was
the
not
SRF.
included, yeah.
And then
80,
number 92, that I
90
remember was a
92.
big item on the list that you guys provided, the UV disinfection upgrade. That was included in the SRF loan, so.
Oh, 90. Oh. 92, okay, 92. We wanted to make sure that we have enough funds because this is essential in meeting the requirements for the outfall permitting
Yeah, but
requirements.
in the SRF loan, you guys had
Yes.
that extra padding that you put in, we had
Right.
talked about.
Yes, so this is.
Some more padding.
Well, yes, one of the issues that we encountered in looking at trying to retrofit the UV system at Wailua is the space requirements. And right now at Lihue and Waimea, we do have UV systems, and it's a channel flow. Because of the space requirements at Wailua, we're looking at pipe UV. And so the different design might not meet the BABA requirements of the SRF. So this is the amount that we believe is needed to ensure that we have funding available for the UV system. And so that would reduce the SRF loan by $3 million.
Okay, so it won't add to the total cost. We'll just get less from SRF and more from general fund.
Yes.
CIP. Got it. Thank you.
I have a follow-up.
Councilmember Cowden.
Like I&I repair, inundation and inflow repair for Waimea, that seems to be really urgent. We saw that because of our sewage spill in the last flood. Do we have I&I repair for Wailua at all? Because that's also a problem.
No, Wailua, we're still going through the line inspections. We have an idea of where it is, but before we proceed with that, we'd like to complete the the inspection work before we finalize that work.
And how long does it take to inspect?
We have the funding now, and it's on. I think it's scheduled to be started.
They actually started today on some, not the entire thing, but they're doing the initial stuff today.
And so is it months or is it a year?
It's going to take some months because they got to review the video and stuff like that too.
So this is for fiscal year 27, starting in
Right.
July. So I'm wondering if we can do any I&I on the east side too, repair.
Probably again, we're not ready for that this year. Yeah.
So even by a year, all of fiscal year 27, we won't be ready.
Probably early of next year, we'll have the request in. Lihue also, we're just starting. I think if you look at the big line item, which is item 92. Oh wait, not 92.
92 is $3 million. Lihue, 84?
Yeah, 84 actually for 2.5 million. Again, that is for the collection system evaluation for Lihue, which is over 22 miles of pipeline. So Lihue, we do have problems with I&I also, and we just recently had about 280,000 gallons of spill too from the last storm. So these issues with the collection system evaluation is becoming apparent now that it's very important that we address.
Okay, because it sounds to me like that is a big part of what is aging our systems more rapidly, is getting both the salt and the excessive fresh water into the system.
Correct.
Councilmember Carvalho.
Yeah, I just had a question on the 98, the wastewater treatment drying bed repairs.
I was trying really hard to get it out this year, but I got caught by the permitting, so I'm gonna have to get them out next year. I was hoping to get them out this year, but I wasn't able to.
You wasn't able to?
Yeah, I got to do a little bit more permitting.
Yeah, I heard
I'll get it out next year.
Okay.
Any other questions for wastewater on page 5?
Just to follow up, on 98, when it says WWTP, is that Wailua wastewater treatment plant or wastewater treatment plant?
We just kept it general because it's actually to fix at Wailua and Lihue.
Okay.
I just want to just get some clarity on that $3 million. So you're saying $3 million, we could get it either from SRF or did you say you're going to reduce the SRF and use our general fund CIP? But what is the advantage of that?
Okay.
What is the benefit?
The SRF funds, I guess, is based on the Buy America Act, and right now, the new design, which goes through the pipe rather than the channel flow, looks like we probably won't be able to clear the lava. We could clear it through an exemption, but that process takes about 2 years.
Oh, okay, so it's not an eligible
Yeah.
expense for the SRF?
Right.
Okay. Okay, got it. Thanks, Joe. Okay, who's the deputy finance? Okay, you got it, bro. So where were we? What was the last?
We're on page
yeah, right.
6. No, wait a minute.
Five just finished then?
There's only one more item for wastewater, and that was a project that was completed on the next page. So are there any further questions for wastewater?
I just have a couple.
Councilmember Holland.
I thank you guys. I just want to kind of want to be clear on a couple of things. Is there anything here that I'm missing about allocating and moving forward with a new site for Wailua with DHHL, or are we putting any money into possibly like meeting or research or whatever it is that is that initial stage with DHHL?
No, well, anyway, thanks to council, direction and the initiating dialogue with DHHL. I think we're actively pursuing that right now with DHHL. And I think the key is, again, to find out what their requirements are, that what they're expecting of us.
Right.
But based on the presentation, I'm very encouraged that they could actually provide what we need.
I'm so happy to hear that. And I wonder if there is just anything that we're not thinking about that could financially be of assistance to help drive that forward process this year, and without waiting till next year, or would you come back with a money bill, or?
Well, again, this morning I actually sent out an email to DHHL asking for a meeting.
Thank you.
And hopefully asking, we're trying to push this along.
Great.
My biggest fear is that we may not come to agreement for some reason.
Right.
And the compliance issues, again, need to be addressed. It's really tight.
Okay.
I have a follow-up. Just taking like a more, 40,000 foot view of our wastewater systems. I mean, obviously Wailua is super old. Talking about expanding and stuff, we actually got to work on the actual plant before we do anything more. But looking at it at a 40,000 foot view, have we ever looked at Wailua, Lihui, Waimea, wherever we have, and say, okay, in the before 2050, what are the areas we're going to try to expand to? Are the plants going to need to be upgraded or more capacity or what? Did we ever look at these are possible areas, or Puhi Sewer may expand to this one, so we're not going to touch that area? Or have you guys looked at that kind of big overview?
Yes, actually we initiated the facility plans for all of our facilities, and except for Ele, which was actually more of a cursory evaluation, it was more specific to treatment. The other, Lihui, Wailua, and Waimea were in the middle of the facility plan, which looks at that very thing that you're asking for. I think the big targets will be Lihui, because it's the main area and a potential for really big growth farm development, which is already on the books. And so we're planning for that. And Wailua, obviously, because we got to move, and it's the oldest facility, is also a second target. So between those two, and Ele is a big target for affordable housing. We're trying to accommodate DHHL next phase, so that might require expansion at Ele. So we're going to be asking for additional funds to expand the Ele facility plan next year.
Follow up too. I remember, I think it was when I was on council before, so it's been a few years ago. I think we did a lot of line inspections with video cameras and stuff. Did we ever follow up and do any repairs, or what came out of that line inspection? And did we ever come back through and try to reline certain lines, or?
Well, because of those inspections, we actually just completed a major rehabilitation in Ele. And that turned out to be a very successful project. We're in the middle of actually updating those line inspections. Lihui, which is this big, almost $5 million project, and Wailua, which is at $1.5 million, which we just contracted with a contractor from the federal earmark grant. So those are on the way. And Waimea and Ileila, again, we're going to be asking for some additional, Waimea, we already completed the line inspection and we identified the I&I. That's why we have that project now. I think Ileila is the only one that we need to start initiating line inspection for Ileila.
And in those cases, we have to like actually take out the entire line, or are you able to add a slip to the line inside, or?
Yeah, based on the existing technology, we can just send the camera through live systems. So.
But when you see like an area that's getting inundated, how do you fix it?
Okay, so slip lining, I think.
Most of the time, slip line.
Slip line.
Sometimes you might have to dig them up. It's bad.
Councilmember Bolasan?
Just following up on the facility update or the facility, will that report be ready for us this fiscal or next fiscal?
Probably next fiscal, and I think in the case of Waimea and Wailua, I think we have one more phase before we can complete the facility plan.
Thank you.
Yeah, and just following up on that, yeah, because I think, if we do have plans, or if it was like the perfect world where we could connect everybody that we wanted to, we got to have the conversation sooner than later, because I think it does take some convincing on getting everybody tied to it. I don't know who's done it anywhere else. We probably have to go look at like other counties that have tied everybody in. It's a cost to residents, but it is also a benefit because they'll be connected to the sewer plant. So, but I know that type of conversation is going to take a little while, to get everybody on board. So just trying to think like ahead as we try to expand our plans.
I heard from Oahu that, they're going to hook up their EVA area, and that was going to be their cheapest area because they didn't have to build an additional pump station. But what I heard recently is that they put the project on hold because the people don't want to be hooked up. So the city and county of Oahu was going to pay for everything. Oh. And all they had to do was pay the monthly fees, and the residents said they're not interested. So I think it's on hold right now. Yeah. We got to ask them how it goes.
Councilmember Hogg.
Just following up on this this overall conversation about moving that forward, if we did put money towards something like that, would we be able to start having those conversations, or would you not be prepared to do that this year anyway?
Excuse me?
Like if we put money towards that forward planning for the sewer lines and like maybe the outreach and consulting on the feasibility maybe or prime areas that are willing or prioritizing or whatever, if we allocated money to that, would you guys have the capacity and interest to use it for that?
Okay, so first, I think we do have a lot of information out there on the costs to service for cesspool conversion. And part of our facility plan does look at accommodating that if that was connected. The real question is the cost to actually connect to these areas, because it is very expensive. I think in the case of there's an EPA grant right now that's sponsoring the island-wide septic conversion. I think the consultant is Corolla, and they provided most of the areas. And one of the, just as an example, Wailua House Lot, which is probably, it's a priority 1 area, and it has about 650 cesspools that could be connected. The cost for that would be about $110 million. So, it's quite substantial.
I have a few follow-up.
How many households you said was there?
About 670.
Councilmember Cowden.
Okay, when we talk about line inspection, remember when we had the break in the line right there near the hotel in Wailua? We had a fire hydrant went in and broke the pipes. Remember that?
Okay, that was before my time, but I think I heard about it.
You,
I don't
Don?
think it was a fire hydrant. The line was old, and it,
Well, a fire hydrant got put in and it broke the line down below.
maybe we must be thinking about the wrong one. I was here when they did the one on the Hill Drive in front of what's that? Is it Hampton Inn? I forget.
Right, Garden Inn. So this
Yeah,
is,
Garden
that break, we were going to put what I want to, maybe it was called a slip line. It was like a shim. We did do. Did that ever get put in there? Was the slip line put in to correct all those problems?
That one, no, the line was broke. The line. See, what they did was they rehabbed all the line from below the manhole. They fixed that, like, I think in like 2005 or something, but then had one segment of the pipe that they didn't fix because it was tough to do, and that's the one that broke. So we had to go in and dig them out and then replace that line. So yeah, and then at the same time, since the manhole was in bad condition, we relined the manhole at the same time to make sure, that is solid.
Okay, and then relative to these modular systems, hopefully we'll have a replicable plan, and so thank you for listening for last Wednesdays. To me, it seems like we should be thinking a piece in North Kapa'a too, so that we don't have so much sewage going across the river. That would be a thought, and then maybe they can be piped in together. That's just an idea of how to have some connectivity in case we have any problems in different places. And you heard what I said about the road in Kilauea, on Kilauea Road. Have you been speaking with Director Reversi of Housing, where they want to put their plant there? Because maybe that would be helpful if we knew
Okay.
where to put pipes.
Thank you for the first recommendation, and it's something we'll definitely include in the siting study. Regarding the Kilauea, we're not really involved with that. It's kind of like, well, we got our hands full with what we got. It's a completely new system, and I think the housing has initiated that part of it as far as regional plan that's being done by Adam.
Yeah, so I know the town is looking at how we can tie into that. So we are looking to see how we can expand it. So maybe sometime relatively soon there can at least be a conversation.
Councilmember Carvalho?
Yeah, Donald, I'm going to ask the question again. I know we've went through all the different options as far as we're talking about Wailu plant and in general. But the main question again is how can we address the odor today in Wailua as we maintain and
right.
as we continue to move forward in planning and all that, things will come. But I know there's a process in place or something that we can do today to address the odor right there.
Okay.
Whatever got to do to.
Yeah, the science is based on detention. The waste over time will create this, especially when it's in a situation where there's no air. Then you have this anaerobic process, and that is what causes the smell. The longer the detention, the worse the smell becomes. In the case of the force main from Arzadon to Cocoa Palms, I think it was 7,000 feet or something. The detention time is only 12 hours, I think, 11 or 12 hours, and in that time, it creates the smell. The minimum time where supposedly the smell doesn't occur is 3 hours. So in the case of most gravity sewer, the flow is exposed to air. It's not completely full. But in the case of a force main, the line is always full. So there's no air. And in the period of that 11 hours, that's when the smell occurs. So I is a double-edged sword. We could decrease the flow, but by decreasing the flow, the detention might be longer and create more odor problems. As I speak, we're into another pilot. It's going to start on the 13th because a biological pilot that we thought would have worked did not work.
Is that the one we talked about? It was like a drip thing? Was that
The hydro is a different one. We had that for about a year, and we just about expiring the whatever chemicals we have now.
But remember we had that meeting, Chair, wasn't it with you? I don't recall, but.
Yeah, it was that,
and it,
the chemical that was just gonna
it
be.
wasn't even a chemical.
Yeah, that's what we're initiating now.
That's what we're starting now. So we never tried that one, right?
No.
Okay.
That's actually, we just ended the previous contract because it didn't work, and we're starting this new one. There's another process. I think it's that calcium nitrate, I think, or ammonia.
Right.
Also, in our operating budget, we have, we put in money for repair, what's that, the oxyfog. So that should help, hopefully, at the pump station, at the Cocoa Palms pump station at least. But that wouldn't help at the plant, obviously. So that's in the operating budget as well.
So it's in, you're moving on it.
Yeah, so the odor problem is something that we're constantly working on, and we're looking for the magic pill. I mean, Honolulu has, I think, Kailua or Kaneohe, using this chemical that we're thinking about putting into, but it's a very expensive chemical. But we will be, if this process doesn't work, then we're going to jump to that process.
Okay, any other questions for wastewater or public works? This is the last of it. Then from here, we're gonna move into the other departments. We might have to take like a 5-minute caption break for everybody to just get here. But any further questions for public works? Wastewater. If not, we'll take a quick 5-minute recess, I guess, to allow everybody to get here. Because then we're just going to be working on all the other departments. So 5-minute recess.
Did you guys go visit?
Okay, welcome back. Continuing with CIP, we are on CIP for planning. So we're on the bottom of page 6. Any questions?
Yes,
Councilmember Cowden.
yeah, on item,
Oh, hold on a second, we're. Yeah, we're not live.
on,
The bottom of page 6 says nothing.
I know, but I'm looking at
Okay.
115.
Oh, wait, hold on. Should I take a recess?
The presentation is up.
Oh, that was amazing. Milani, so we can start now. Just play it off.
Okay,
Harold.
I'll take a recess.
But the tech's not working.
No, I was joking.
Recess.
I was just.
What's not working?
Okay, welcome back. We're ready for planning. Councilmember Cowden, you had a question?
Yes.
Mike.
I am asking about this Hōʻike property, the 115. So I see that the money's been spent, great. But it says a monument artist and design were selected through a 2-step finalist process. I don't believe we've ever been told who the finalist is. Did we ever get that announced or what the art was? I know I've asked numerous times.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, that explanation should coincide with 117, the monument. So the status of that, we had a lot of, community engagement with the key stakeholders on the finalists. There's 3 finalists, and actually 4. One dropped out, and so there's 3. So I mean, there's a lot that work. It was kind of a lot of moving parts. We met with them again, narrowed it down to 1. We also wanted to. We're engaging in negotiations with the contract with that finalist. We finally executed the contract, and so now I think we can start becoming public about it. That happened only last week to actually execute the contract, because we still had to engage with the top 3. We went with the first selected and recommended artist, who was Holly Young. She's from the Big Island, and she had a really nice monument proposal. And so, but of course, we wanted to make sure we were able to contract with her, and that she would qualify under Hawaii Compliance Express, tax compliance, business entity registration, et cetera, et cetera. And that's what took kind of a while. And so we are now under contract with her, and so I think we can now be public with that.
Okay, and is there going to be some sort of announcement and a picture of what's the image? And
Yeah, I mean, we're still kind of, and it's a contract, so we have benchmarks, we have scope of work, we have, tasks that she has to complete. I think we're just in the beginning stages of going forward. Our target is to have the construction completed and things installed between the September and completed by September to November timeframe, and completion in November
of this year.
So I mean, we're not sure when we're going to actually have like an event, but we're trying to plan something around completion. So
But will
November.
there be a showing of what the image is going to look like, or there's not?
We could do that. Again, we're trying to be sensitive and work with the artists on actually completing it. It is a very ambitious time frame, even to do it by November. So
Okay.
we're really just focused on trying to work with her to get it done.
Because I've had people ask and ask,
Sure.
so I haven't known what to say. All right. Thank you.
The 114 document scanning, is that project all complete?
We are right within the project timeline. We have a date of April 15th to have about 750 boxes comprising of Class 1 permits all the way up to Class 3, I believe at this point, some SMA permits and subdivision files to be transported to our contractor, who's going to be digitizing and scanning to a cloud Laserfish cloud service. And so
Do
that's
they
going to
label
start
them?
in April.
Do they label them too?
We are going to be labeling boxes, so and cataloging the boxes so we know what's being transported. And then as they scan it, we're going to be able to check and quality control. Yeah.
It's 750 boxes being picked up on April 15th. The
That's
last
it?
thing we had to secure, that's the first batch, and then probably several hundred thereafter. The last bit of details we have to secure is how many lunches Jody and I are purchasing for all the people packing the boxes. We finalized that this afternoon.
And so once that is done, moving forward, everything is just going to be scanned. We're not going to be keeping. Do we have to keep physical boxes around, or is the goal to not have boxes of files?
The goal is to no longer keep the physical documents. We would clear that with the attorney's office, as well as with IT. There is some concern about subdivisions given the lines that are associated with them, and so we're working that out with the subdivision planner right now.
Councilmember Cowden?
On 118,
Oh, moving on, next page.
Kamumene or hideaways, is this 199,000 just sitting out there for periodic maintenance, or is it largely considered complete?
Yeah, so the emergency repairs was complete a couple years ago, but the nature of that trail, it's very, very well used, and there's a lot of the weather elements that impact it. So that this amount of money here is to be kept there in case there's ropes to be purchased, which there's been several rounds of re-roping, and any other supplies that are needed to replace the repairs that were done a couple years ago.
Okay, thank you.
Sure, Pozo.
Wouldn't it make sense to just put that in the operating and not in a CIP? I mean, when I think of CIP, I think of CIP as not maintenance. It would just make sense to put that in your operating budget, and a couple of reasons, right? Easier to use those monies if you need to for another purpose, as opposed to amending the CIP budget.
I think it's probably because it originates from the open space fund. That part of where it should be kept, it's to be honest, a little over my head, but I think because it was an open space fund, it transferred from the open space operating budget to the CIP, which is like more the project based.
It went to the CIP when we were thinking about contracting out the repairs.
Okay.
And then that was done in-house, so it saved all that money. That money should go back to operating. If you're only going to use it for maintenance, especially since you haven't spent anything in the last year, according to this chart. So it would make more sense to just have it in operating, where it can be easily tracked. I mean, unless there's a legal reason why it has to be in a CIP.
I'm not sure, but okay. I'm not opposed to that.
Yeah, we can explain.
They're listening, I know. But to me, I don't like having maintenance funds in CIP. That's not what CIP is.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think this might be one of the first times where actually, I know we passed a bill to allow us to do operating type maintenance out of the open space fund. I can't remember us ever having an operating budget open space fund item, so might have to be an accounting question on. Now that you have the ability to do these regular maintenance type items, where is that going to come from? Do we just keep track of it through CIP, or are we actually going to have like a transfer it from CIP to an operating fund account or what? But that's probably a bigger question. Yeah,
I mean, because
is going to ask.
Yeah, it's not like a bond fund or a GE tax fund. It's the same money, whether it's in the operating or in the CIP.
Councilmember Cowden.
I'm interested in talking about 120 through 122. That I brought it up a little bit earlier, where we are repairing what had been a big open storage area for the finance and the planning move. So right now, it's just like an empty room.
It's a large storage room.
It's a large storage room, but I mean, we've emptied it out.
Yeah, with the exception of these last handful of boxes, Class 1 zoning permits and subdivision files, which are slated for pickup for April 15th.
So, are you guys excited for the move? When is that gonna happen? Is it all organized? You're not gonna have any windows, though.
We don't have windows right now.
Okay. All right, you can cope.
We
Right.
love windows, but no, we're fine.
Okay. So, when is that gonna get?
The anticipated timeline is construction to commence, or renovation construction to commence this summer, with an anticipated final completion by mid to late fall.
Okay.
So we're definitely going to spend that money this year, right? Okay.
Yes.
Any further questions for planning?
Trying to look how far down it goes.
120 only.
120 is the end of it?
Yeah.
All right, then we're on to IT.
Yep. We're gonna move on to finance. Any further questions for planning? If not, thank you.
For planning, no, I'm done. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to finance CIP items.
The 121 and 122, if we can get kind of an overview. I think I heard it earlier, they're gonna put finance all in one place.
Which number is that?
121, 122.
We were just asking about that, they left.
No, that's finance.
Oh, finance, okay.
I'm following this, Felicia, don't worry, I got it.
You've done it before?
Many times.
Council Chair proposal.
No, I just wanted kind of we kind of heard briefly earlier today about finance. I just was curious, 1.7, almost 1.8 million. Is that moving finance into all of finance will be in one place? Is that what it is?
Yeah, so the idea is once planning is out, finance, accounting, they're really the only ones that are kind of not in that general space downstairs by the DMV. So they will take over some of that space. Also, wastewater will move upstairs. So accounting and wastewater kind of switch theoretically. So all public works will be on that upstairs hallway, and then finance will be downstairs with DMV, and then IT's in the basement. So they'll be more consolidated.
No windows.
IT doesn't have windows either. They'll be more consolidated in a more confined space, but they'll have enough room.
And that's all expected to be done this year? Or
It's kind of a domino effect, right? So as soon as planning is out, then we can figure out how. Chelsea has a better idea of how the layout's going to go in that area.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on that move?
Yeah. I just want
Councilmember Holland.
to follow up on that. So the planning move out is expected to happen by the end of this administration, by November. And do you think that the move will also for finance happen by the end of the year, or are you thinking more like second half of next year?
I'm thinking at the end, towards the end of this calendar year,
Okay.
and into
the start of next year.
27.
Thank you, Rachel.
Any further questions? More items for it.
I'm just looking here for a moment, because it's IT also, right?
Yeah, Dell is here.
How far down does Dell, the loading dock?
128.
128.
Those don't have money, The projects are complete.
All right, Dell, your projects are complete? You don't have anything much here?
For the record, Dal Sherman, IT manager for the county. The loading dock project is complete. If you'd like a tour, anyone's welcome to come visit. It turned out really well. Really proud of it. But I don't have any new CIP projects. Most of what I have in here is just winding down from projects that have been in the works for a while, and we're just about at the end of each.
And when there's this little remnant of dollars, 47 one place, 21,000 another, 18 another, do those just get absorbed back into the general fund?
Potentially. So at each of these projects, we had a set of things that are must-accomplish goals, and then towards the end, we had a handful of things that we will revisit where we're at the end of the project, and then add these things if the project allows. So they were defined within the project, but not as primary objectives. So with some of these funds, like the computer servers, network infrastructure, video conferencing, there are just a few remaining things that we'll be able to add, some additional network switches, some portable conference room systems where someone can just set up a little device on a tripod and have an instant Teams meeting room. We'll be procuring those, but there may be some funds left that will just go back.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for finance?
Just a quick. So on the 128 loading dock, when the green item is negative 171,364, that means in the current budget fiscal year, it was fully expended to complete that project. So it's zero, so nothing will go back to the general fund.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
These were bond funds, so those funds are reallocated within the bond.
Oh, I see. But it was fully expended.
Of the work that was needed, yeah.
Okay.
So these are the extra funds that are being redistributed among the bond fund.
Okay.
Okay, next up we have IT and HR. Any questions on either one of those two items? One, all the money's been spent. The other one has 300,000 left for Workday.
Workday learning module. What's the learning module? Streamline training, delivery, tracking, coordination, and record keeping within Workday. So the training module is 300,000.
She told us about it in the report
Okay.
just the other day, Friday.
Okay.
Any other questions? If not, we can move on to transportation. Move on to transportation. We'll stay on this page. Any questions on the items from 131 to 136?
Yes.
Councilmember Cowley.
On 132, the new lifts, base yard and repairs shops expansion requiring additional heavy-duty vehicle lifts for the new service base. So is that going in Kaua or in Lihue?
Hi, thank you. Good morning. Celia Mahikoa, Executive on Transportation at the Transportation Agency. And you had questions on that?
I just had a question on 133. Hold on, no. 132. Are those new lifts, are they going in Kapa'a or in Lihue? And are they for the gas buses or the electric buses?
Okay, I can answer the Lihui, and then I'd like to defer to Leonard for any further details on them.
Aloha County Council, Leonard Peters, Assistant Executive on Transportation. The lifts will go to support heavier battery electric buses, and they'll be in the three new bays that are being constructed for the battery electric buses.
In Lihue?
In Lihue.
Okay. I don't know why I thought the battery buses were going to be out of Kapa'a, but they're going to be out of Lihue.
Yeah, for now, yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions on that item? If not, the 134, can you remind me again where the bus facility expansion project's going to be?
That project is taking place in Lihue. They removed the fence yesterday. They'll start excavating this week.
Oh, sorry. One says design and build bus yard in Kapa'a.
Is that just a typo or?
In the description.
In 134.
Kapa'a, it says it. 20% match.
The status is about the basin, so that's legal.
So that'll probably, that'll be a design and engineering project for the Kaua Base Yard satellite location.
And where will that be? By the field?
Yep, right next to our base yard out there, by the armory, between the armory and the base yard.
Any other questions for transportation on this page? Councilmember Cowden?
It says Poipu Road bus shelters, and it says $0, but did we get those built?
Are you talking about 135?
For 135? It was just out there.
Those were included, those bus stops are included in the project that's being carried out by Public Works.
So it's just the funding is somewhere else, because the bus stops aren't built yet.
Well, I believe they're in the construction project.
Yeah.
Right now.
We're just moving the dollars.
Right.
Okay.
In order to use them for what they were intended for the Poipu area.
So I was just down there and looking, and I didn't see them in there yet. Yeah.
Yeah, it's in conjunction with all that road work. So
Yeah.
they're gonna put the bus stops after the road work is done.
So we'll just move, yeah.
A lot of people have asked about shelters because you see like chairs and stuff on
Yeah.
the side of the highway. But
Yeah.
yeah, the bus shelters will be coming once the road project is complete.
Thank you.
Transportation has 2 items on page 8. Any questions on either of those 2 items?
What is the DVMT fund? Maybe Todd can.
Mike?
Todd can, it's slipping my mind right now. On the fund source, DVMT, is it federal funds?
Development fund. I'm gonna.
Oh, the development fund. Okay, got it. No, I got it. Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions? If not, thank you. Thanks. We'll move on to housing. Any questions for housing? Councilmember Cowden.
139 for the project pending, the $5 million, that's Lihue.
Aloha, Adam Reversi, Director of the County Housing Agency. Yes, if you recall, at last week's council meeting, council approved the indemnification agreement provisions in a purchase and sale agreement. The estimated sales price was 4.6 or so. So we opened escrow yesterday.
Wow.
So we have a 90-day closing period. So these funds should be predominantly expended before the end of the current fiscal year.
Right on.
Okay, that's good.
Good job, Director.
Good job. And then 140, where we have, this is basically our fund that we now have, 36 million, and that can get expended in any of our projects for the housing?
Correct. It will be 36 million, assuming that the present admin budget is approved. It was shifted from the general fund to the CIP budget just last year. So this has kind of the first time that it's appearing as part of the CIP process. And it is used for projects, broadly speaking, that are sketched out in both the housing policy and the development fund ordinance that lays out the specific allowable uses of those funds.
But they're kind of at large, wherever you kind of best need them for now, not in any particular location,
Correct, island-wide.
island-wide.
Primarily, as a practical matter, we have 4 major, now that we're working to acquire this Puhi area property, we have 4 major projects around the islands. We have the ongoing Lima Ola subdivision. We're hoping to go out to bid for phase 2 before the end of this fiscal year. That's estimated to be up to a $20 million project. We are completing pre-development work for both the Waimea 400 project and the Kilauea project. So because they're sort of marching in parallel, we expect that in the next 2 to 3 years, they'll be moving into the same sort of construction phases that we see Lima Ola in now. And then the Puhi project will be a little bit behind, going through preliminary master planning, community engagement, pre-development studies. So that is broadly speaking the pipeline that those funds go towards. And they, again, the bulk of them goes towards infrastructure costs at the projects. A smaller amount goes towards the financing of vertical construction, but typically those funds are for construction financing that upon sale of units go back into the fund. So it's sort of a revolving fund of construction financing. Homes are sold, the funds go back in to fund more construction financing.
So we had a burst of emails today and yesterday for an extra $1 million for helping the homeless. You know, that's a big piece for me. I didn't stimulate those letters, but you know, you've heard from me many times I'd like to have safety zones. You've been hearing that since I took office. Is that, are you working with anybody on that, for that extra?
My office is unaware of any extra funding requests for the.
Okay.
So I would point out that the bulk of current homelessness funding is in the operating budget. It's not part of the Housing Development Fund. It exists within the grant and aid program that is a relatively new project started 2 years ago that has been funded annually for the last 2 years at $500,000.
And so that might be where they're looking at, but if we were to do safety zones, you know what a safety zone is, right?
Yes.
Would that be CIP or that would be in an operating budget?
Well, that's been, so for that grant and aid program that is in our operating budget, we have annually published an RFP requesting proposals, and we give not hard definitions of exactly what projects you can propose, but we have outlined potential projects like what you're talking about for nonprofits to submit proposals for, and to date we haven't gotten proposals for that.
Okay.
But that's an option under that program.
Okay, and would it ever be such that when we got all these acres of land that's sitting there right now yet to be developed, that we could take 2 or 3 acres on any one of these parcels and put a safety zone on it?
I think that would be a topic for future discussion. It would depend on a lot of the details. Most of these large master plan properties that we're acquiring have no electricity, they have no infrastructure, they have no wastewater, they have no water. All of those things would be required, I think, for a reasonable safe camping zone, safe parking zone, something like that to accommodate homeless individuals.
Yeah.
So lots of details would have to be thought about and discussed before I could say yes or no.
Okay.
Council Chair Raposo.
Thanks, Adam. Did I hear you correctly? You said we went out for proposals for services for homeless and houseless programs and we got 0? Is that what
No.
you said? Oh, okay.
No, we didn't get any projects specifically proposing a safe camping zone.
Oh, okay.
We got many proposals, but
Okay,
not
yeah,
on
all
that
right.
specific type of project.
That's what I thought. Thank you.
Councilmember Quilly.
You know, in your response to Councilmember Cowden, I was thinking about, the Housing Development Fund is primarily for affordable housing. Then when you think about the homelessness issue, and then you have the separate funds there, but that's grants to nonprofits that are helping work on the issue. If there was infrastructure needed, like Kealaula, right? Kealaula, with the governor's help, even it was the prior governor, right? These type of kauhale or whatever is transitional housing, which helps the homeless. So would Kealaula potentially, or a Kealaula-like project, potentially be something that both, whatever federal or state homeless monies could go to, and also monies from our Housing Development Fund?
Yes, so those types of housing projects would qualify as a project allowable for using the development fund. But so far, the existing supportive housing projects that we've built, we've been able to secure state or federal funds.
Other
We haven't
sources.
had to use our own county funds, so we've retained those because they have more flexibility to use on other projects. But if we wanted to, they could be allocated to a future supportive housing.
But obviously, with the four major projects you talk about, Limaola, Waimea 400, Kilauea, and now the new potential Puhi, 80 acres or whatever, those are bigger master plan community type projects that we could only do a small part of towards infrastructure, right? But we could leverage that too, obviously. We continue going after like SHOTS money, right? SHOTS gave 8 million or 18 million towards Limaola.
Well, we've been able to attract almost $30 million in federal earmarks since 2023. So as an example, one example, I mentioned we are hoping to go out to bid this fiscal year for phase 2 of Limaola. Based on our cost projections, we're expecting it to be, and that includes also an off-site new water tank that serves both the Limaola project and the larger LA community. Together, we're expecting those projects, inflation and tariffs, to be somewhere between $22 million up to $28 million. But we have also secured $13 million in federal funding to pay for that. So the Housing Development Fund will be paying whatever's left over when we go out to bid. And we continue to seek additional sources of federal and state funds.
So we can maximize the impact of our housing development funds by investing where we need to, so that then the other investment can come into that. And that was your thought then with this initial purchase of the substantial amount of land here in Puhi.
Exactly, and I think because, again, I use Limaola as an example often because it's a proven track record. Because the administration and the council made funds available to do the initial infrastructure work at Limaola, we were well placed. We had a shovel-ready project to go to our federal partners and say, if we receive this funding, this lot is ready. It's graded. The water is right there. The sewer line is right there. And they're much more willing to provide funding when they know that it will be expended and put to good use in a relatively short term, 1 to 2 years. So you're not asking for money that you're hoping to get your zoning done and you're hoping to put in a water line, and maybe 5 years from now you can build something. So being able to devote those county resources to the project is what draws additional willing federal money to the projects.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Councilmember Calde.
So just when I'm talking safety zone, it doesn't need all of that. What it would need is like one water meter, for some water, because this isn't a permanent structure like Kealaula. It's big tent, it's porta potties, it's some dumpsters. This helps people come out of the bushes, off the sidewalks. Probably need to do a little grading and grubbing in an area, and I wouldn't think that any of these safety zones would be a permanent placement, so they can move, so it doesn't become long-term. But so I maybe that belongs in the regular operating budget, to go out for grants. But I would think that, I'm hoping that the county can partner in the next year in ways where safety zones can be something that's functional. Because right now we just have people just, on the sidewalks, in the bushes, they fall apart, and the communities around them really have a hard time tolerating it. So I was happy to see these letters that I didn't stimulate, but they are right on purpose for what I think is very important to consider in our next year's budget. And I don't know if housing would be the one to handle it. To me, that would be, somewhat in your guys' Kuleana underneath the homeless coordinating area.
Well, if I could just a brief kind of general comment. So I think the administration housing's position is that we are ready and willing to partner with a nonprofit to support them in doing some sort of a safe zone, but we haven't felt that we have the manpower and the capacity to stand something like this up and manage it ourselves.
How about the land, just to be avail of the land, because we've bought all this new land that's sitting. You can think about it.
Councilmember Hobbin.
Thank you, Councilmember Cowden, for bringing that up. I kind of want to talk about that as well. So initially, when I got elected, I started looking at that safe parking or some sort of solution. It is one of the largest issues that we hear from our community constantly is the homeless situation. And whether it's Budweiser last week calling me about people encroaching into their issue, or just our parks and the weight of cleaning up after these sites where we've seen, I would love to know how much we've actually spent across all of our capacities to clean up after in these sites where there's like establishment and the amount of trash and everything that comes with that. So realizing that land was an issue and realizing what you were saying about being able to implement it, and being open to supporting, but not really having the capacity to drive it. I've been having meetings all year about potential solutions. I had a really positive meeting with the state about their willingness to provide the land if we will kind of provide supportive financial side of like making it happen. So I have a meeting in just a couple of weeks about potential options and locations that they're open to in providing the land for us, so we don't have to worry about utilizing our parks. That was one of the issues that I ran into early on in the conversation, was just not wanting to utilize our county parks for such a thing, but it does need access to water, certain things. And so I'm in the conversation right now with the state about where those lands are. If that comes true, and it does seem that there is like a growing working group establishing via a nonprofit to try to facilitate what I have been calling a kind of a safe parking area initially, but what is the goal, and I think what also Councilmember Cowden is talking about, is having multiple locations at some point where even if you don't have a car, you can get off out of the weather, you can get out of the street, you can get a bath or whatever it is. So I just want to kind of bring that out because I have been already having those conversations to try to overcome those obstacles to move forward with something like this. If we do move on that, and if the state says tomorrow, yep, you can have this parcel and this parcel, and there's a nonprofit that's ready to manage it on the ground, do we have money from somewhere else that would then come from? Like, do we have money tied up somewhere where we could partner to support that financially?
By my reading of the development fund ordinance, that would not be an allowable expense.
Let me add, because Councilmember Holland and I has had some just initial preliminary discussions, and we're planning to work on it further in budget too. The part that maybe she didn't go further with is not just a safe parking program, but and she just said it, a place where somebody without a car could go. So I know so far the administration, even with the governor's push for Kauhale and different versions of that, some of them were just tiny little shacks, and they share kitchens, they share communal areas, that we haven't gone there, that our mayor chose, and it's fine too, to have private bathrooms and that security and everything. But if there was a safe parking program that also had some kind of facility for people without cars, and if it was some kind of housing development, if you will, but even at a much lower level, smaller footprint than something like Kealaula. So far, the county has only done transitional housing at the Kealaula level and then higher, right? And that's actually pretty nice. I know that, the cottages, if you will, with their own separate bedroom and kitchen area, living area, and bathrooms, that's really nice. But maybe just for the safe parking program, if it had a component that was sort of a lower level type of temporary housing, even if it was a place for overnight, right? Not and maybe then we also have to talk with what's happening with the homeless shelter. But I think it's more than just a safe parking program, and it could potentially involve housing and not just the homeless coordinator part of housing, but the part of housing that might require some investment for some facility, or and I mean, I don't know what shape that it would take, and I'm sure we got to talk about the homeless shelter too, because now that's a whole it's not necessarily a full homeless shelter. It's kind of like an overnight safe area.
Yeah.
Out of the weather, right? I mean, it's the weather too, right? And then out of getting them in an area that is designated so that they're not also running from the police all the time too.
So I don't want to get too off topic, but just I'd be more than happy to have much more lengthy discussions with any council members outside of the meeting. But just on the topic, the state has millions of $40 million allocated to the Kauhale project, and I have taken state homeless coordinators, 3 of them now, on tours around the island to various state properties that I recommended as good sites for these types of tiny Kauhale villages that were close enough to infrastructure. And so far, there's been no action from them to bite at any of those potential project sites. So there have been no Kauhale projects funded in Kauai County by the state. And those by their nature were state administered, state operated, state managed programs.
Maybe with your future efforts, let a couple of us help too, and go to the state or whatever.
Yeah.
And I would also offer lastly that we have, we're doing the required environmental review as we speak for proposed upgrades to our existing emergency shelter. So it has right now only the operating capacity for 19 beds with some supportive transitional housing apartments, some of which are in sad shape. So if we're able to move forward with that project in the future, that will more than quadruple the number of beds available for the homeless community, from 18 emergency shelter beds up to over 100, and the transitional units from 8 to 24. So that would dramatically increase the capacity at that shelter in Lihue, where there are mental health services and medical services and employment opportunities.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Council Chair Raposo.
I would, Adam, would suggest, based on what I'm hearing, and it sounds like a couple members or more than that are working on this with some nonprofits, but I would be inclined to support additional funding when we get to decision making to expedite some of these safe zones or whatever you want to call it. So I guess, Adam, what I'm suggesting is that, because I don't want to get to a point where we got to cut the mayor's budget to push forward a council initiative. I would suggest getting with your housing homeless coordinator in the mayor's office and looking at what options we have. We are going to continue to get numerous testimonies from the public regarding this. And I got to be honest, I agree with them. When we're looking at 500,000 being steady and offering out to nonprofits, and the numbers of homeless and houseless people are growing, that I think we do have to do a better job. And I think we have to look at these options and I think the partnerships with the nonprofits, that's the way to go. Adam, I agree with you 100%. That's not a task that the county can take on, but I think we got to be more aggressive in seeking these partnerships and working. But because I have a sense, and I could be wrong, but I don't think so, that when we get further along in the budget, we're going to see some requests for potentially $1 million to be moved into in addition to the 500,000, and we got to find that $1 million. So we would hope that could come from your side versus us picking and choosing what to cut. That's just a suggestion.
Can I add straight to what he was saying too? Yeah, and then along those lines, I think the housing and the housing coordinator could play a role, because I know that they have it now. The grant program, and maybe last year was the first year, or the year before was the first year?
Last year was the first year.
Yeah, so it's pretty new. I have the stuff that maybe the housing coordinator and yourself, and maybe working with the KCA, right, the group of all the nonprofits that address kind of the services to houseless folks, could kind of work on like a multi-year master plan for tackling the housing problem. And then within there, you could kind of have pieces of what kind of investment or resources would be needed, so that when you are giving out the grants year after year, you're giving it with the goal of establishing that, you know. So I guess that would be the ask.
Yeah, we are working to finalize a 5-year homeless strategic plan.
Yeah.
And when we issue our annual RFP for grants, it references, it's still a draft, it hasn't been finalized and published yet, but we utilize the recommendations from that draft strategic plan to shape the types of projects that we're asking people to propose to us.
So just along the lines then of everything that we've been talking about, as far as a safe parking program or a place for people to go overnight that is less than the transitional housing and less than the homeless shelter, or in addition to the homeless shelter, right? Because whatever that number is of people you can help, there's probably always going to be more people that need help. Thank you.
Councilmember Collin.
So we aren't allowed to work more than two together, so it seems like these two are working together. So when I'm saying safety zone, it's different than safe parking where it's just overnight. A safety zone gives that stability where, Family Life Center can go out there regularly and help move it along. And when people have the stability, especially like Councilmember Holland mentioned, children, they know that they're going to be able to get up and go to school in the same area every single day. And it doesn't have to be something as, at least doesn't have to start like a cow holly, but it can be something in between. But I'm looking for something where there is, stability, and they're there and they know that they don't have to worry about it for, a year. We might move those occasionally so no particular area gets inundated by a long-term encampment. But I think it's really critical, and I so applaud and grateful to both the housing agency and the mayor's efforts for the amazing things that we have done through Kealaula and their transitional housing. And I have been part of the pathway for people going from absolutely being unhoused and even without cars to seeing them successfully at KCC, successfully with jobs, and living now in like Hōʻike View, seeing people move through it and it works. But with our SWEET program, we just keep putting more and more into disrepair, and it impacts so many areas. So I'm very anxious to move it. And when we have county land that we've purchased is going to sit there for a long time, I think Project Vision, there's plenty of different groups that would be willing to probably be in the middle of that. So I'll have to meet with you separately because 3 of us can't meet with you, but there's a lot of interest.
Councilmember Bolasang.
Chair, I'm in support of this conversation. I just want to make sure we jump back into CIP.
Yeah, I think we're just about done with housing after that. Any further questions for housing? If not, we're going to take OED and then we're going to take a lunch and come back to parks. So any final questions for housing? If not, thank you. OED is on the last page. There's just 2 items for it. Only one is funded. By Mea Theater improvements.
That's page 10?
Yeah. So OED will be the last one we'll take prior to lunch. We'll take a lunch and come back and just do parks. Councilmember Holland.
Nice to see you. How are you? I'm good. Thanks for being here. I am interested in giving more money to Waimea Theater. Chair and I were actually talking about this the other day when we were out there for an event of just the need of kind of that old building, and really it's our only theater. And so we've invested so much in the War Memorial Convention Hall, which I know is needed. And so I see, we have $125,000 in that still allocated, and we haven't used it yet. But it does feel like that should maybe be doubled at least, or if not a significant amount more for further improvements. I'm just wondering how you feel about that.
And the comment in here does say too, only bid received in February 26 was over budget.
Right.
So we need more money in the budget.
Yeah, that's true. Nalani Brun, Director of the Office of Economic Development. And yes, actually, multiple things are going on, which kind of is what makes things complicated. This particular item that is here, we had to shift because like you said, it's been falling apart. The screen fell down in the middle of a week. And they found it in the morning. It had ripped and it had crinkled. So what we did was we shifted quickly to try to create a bid to go get a new screen, because obviously a theater needs a screen. So we expected it to be about no more than 125,000. Unfortunately, it came in at over 300,000.
Wow.
So we're pivoting again. We also, via the grant program, are working with an organization to come up with looking at the whole theater and what needs to be done, which is why we haven't asked for funds. We need to really look at the flooding issues, where we're kind of waiting for the gym to be done that's above, because that is probably going to shift the way water is coming down that hill over there. That's a big problem. And then we are doing some exploratory things, thanks to Todd and Mike helping us figure out. We're not really good with maintenance and things, so we're learning the process. But we want to look behind some of the walls, because we're realizing there are problems there. So we're going to do a little bit of exploratory things with some money in the operations budget.
Okay.
So these things are kind of happening all at once. As soon as we can get some good information about what we need to fix, and then try to phase it out, what needs to be done each year, that we will definitely be coming forward, looking for funding to get it going.
Okay. In the meantime, should we double this? Or look at putting it up to closer to $500,000 so we have that ability with the screen and with whatever
the screen is
urgent?
Definitely a problem. It's definitely a problem, yeah.
Okay.
We did this before.
Okay.
The screen fell down.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you.
Council Chair Reposo, then Councilmember Kaua.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, Nolani. I definitely agree with Councilmember Holland. You know, it's kind of our practice here in CIP. We introduced with the golf course cart paths last year, where we put them out to bid. Bids comes too high, and then we don't do it. We're going to wait for the next fiscal year, and in that whole year, we had that money sitting in a CIP budget untouched, and the taxpayers had paid for that. So I am asking that when that happens, when it happens, come back to council. If you told the council we're going to fix the cart paths or we're going to fix the theater, and you put out the bid and it's 300, then come back to council. And this is more for the administration. Come back to council and said, hey, you guys approved 125,000, it came back 300,000, can we get the extra money, and we will find the money? Because I don't like money sitting in the CIP accounts and with no intent of spending. I think you heard me say that enough times. So there is no concern in setting up the numbers for all the other county projects that we have. I mean, millions of dollars. So if it's 500,000, put 500,000. We need to get that theater fixed. I worry somebody's going to get hurt. That place, I don't know if it gets inspected by the whoever, fire department, Department of Health, but you know, it's such a treasure for this county. We need to invest in it, and I agree with Fern. We got to have an idea. Somebody needs to have an idea of what it's going to take, and we got to go get it done. That is such a waste to have that out there, and we could be using that for so many other things on the west side. So I would ask that you guys take a look at this, do your best guess analysis of what it'll take, and in a supplemental come back with the addition, because the problem is the longer we wait to fix these failing structures, the more it's going to cost. That's just the way it works. So thanks for bringing that up, Fern, and please take that suggestion back. Thank you.
Councilmember Cowden.
Yeah, so Fern, when I mentioned it to you last Friday, we were all three at the same event, and I had just come to the women's room, and I said, hey, I think it's parks. Better talk about parks.
You totally said that.
Because I came back and I said, this building is falling apart.
Yeah.
So, like, there's a broken sink, there's a couple broken toilets.
Yeah.
And, you know, you can see the roof, there's different problems there. And, we went to a really amazing event on Friday for Waimea and looking at the history of there. And what I really love, this isn't just a movie theater. It is a community theater where we come together and I think what happens there is so important. And really, the whole place was kind of looking pretty tattered. And you could see that they had things all put up on shelving, just storage, not giving them a hard time. But it looked pretty ratty, like they're trying to avoid flooding in the building or something. As I was walking around, I was looking going, man, this is a big difference since even a year ago. And when we look at our films that have been played there from our local stars that have hit the big time. I mean, we did a really amazing thing with Chief of War. It's a real point of pride. And, you know, I'm in a total agreement with what Chair and Councilmember Holland are saying, that when we support, certainly we should, the War Memorial Convention Hall. This is kind of like a mini of that. And we need to, you know, I'm on a page that we should at least put 500 in there so we can wash our hands and go to the bathroom. I don't know what the guys' room looked like, but the girls' room was really in disrepair.
The bathroom was actually kind of the nicest parts of it, as far as the men's side.
Not the girls' one.
Compared to the...
Not the women's. No, I just, following up, I forgot that you brought up the bathroom when you went in there.
When I came out, I was like,
yeah, you were like,
we need to fix this.
this
So
is
I'm glad
parts-
you're bringing it up now, but like,
Yeah.
I was...
No, I wasn't
totally
trying to ignore that. I
unpaying
totally forgot that you said that. I was thinking about the floors, but if you're talking about, you know, having a larger process and you guys are already underway on that, like I don't want to, you know, ask you to, because I feel like you probably need like 1.5 if we're going to start redoing the bathrooms or something, or going a little deeper into the walls. And so, you know, you can see the body here seems to support investing in it. And if we could speed up what that looks like in that other part of the larger renovations of the structure, that would be awesome. But if not, let's definitely up this to address like some of the most urgent stuff on it. And I'd be happy to see this 3-4 times what it is here.
Councilmember Colleen.
So I am, it's just because I'm not sure historically how this all came to be, but a lot of people are referencing, you know, like Convention Hall and the theater, but the facility there is not in the same category. It's not a facility that we own, or do we own?
We own the facility.
We own the facility.
We usually have a lease.
And we don't have any staff involvement or?
No.
So it's just
We have a
OED,
lease.
we support it through OED grants, and it goes back to some community economic development enterprise, something.
Basically, it's a lease, and the whole goal of most of the leases are that they try to not come back to the county for money. And we just take care of the building itself is the goal, to make sure the building's in shape, they run the programming, they try to not have to come regularly for funding. They have like a little pot that they try to keep. That hasn't happened. It's an old building. There's a lot of costs associated with that. So we're trying to work with the lessor to figure out, you know, how we can make this work. But in the meantime, what needs to be done for us, like you said, is we need to take a good look at it. Right now, we're just going after the major issues, the bathrooms. We're going to go into the walls, see what's happening with the plumbing.
Along those lines, right? The maintenance of a building, the upkeep of a building as a landlord or whatever, that's not something that we should be asking OED to do, right? So do we have anybody else in the county that connects in with that Kuleana responsibility because it's a county facility? Public Works?
Yeah. We go to Public Works and them a lot to ask. Because, we don't carry that skill set, but we're learning. We have hired a business person that has some maintenance knowledge, so that's helpful to us. But we're just learning.
It's us as a landlord, basically.
Basically, yeah.
So,
just over the land.
Facility maintenance.
So but we do have money in the
The
general
convention
fund.
hall has actual staff,
Yes,
right, assigned
yes.
to it.
This doesn't have that.
So somehow we need to at least have one key person that supports you on and maybe it can be tied on to somebody else as, you know, an occasional follow-up on maintenance and facility to keep the building from falling down.
Why isn't it
Eventually. But I mean, it's a whole different arrangement. This is not a county operated facility. This is kind of like, it's county owned, but it's we gotta structure the lease agreements, and we gotta clearly define who's gonna be responsible for the maintenance. It's like a stewardship agreement almost, that, hey, we're gonna give you stewardship of this property, you take care of it. But again, I think it's still the county's building, and I'm not sure what the lease, I'm not gonna ask you what the lease details are, I'm not interested. The fact is, if someone gets injured in that building, and we have failed to maintain that building in a way someone slips and falls or whatever, regardless of what the certificate of insurance and add the county of Kauai as an additional insured, at the end of the day, we're gonna get sued. And so I agree that we gotta look at what safety issues versus convenience issues we gotta get to now, and that is what we should be doing immediately. The bathrooms and all that, absolutely, oh my Lord. But I think more on the safety side, and the repairs that will prevent future deterioration of that building, that's gonna save the county money in the long run.
Yeah.
I think that is what we gotta really be focusing on.
Councilmember Calvin?
I just want to add, my memory is Daniel Inouye got us that money. Same time we did the West Side Tech Center.
Yes.
I think it was like, we got this chunk of money and the theater was bought and then given to the county. So federal monies went into that, and then we leased it at that point. But I'm in alignment with the chair in that when it is our building, if it just goes into such disrepair, then we lose our leasee because they can't afford to make it happen. When we first got it, they fixed it up. I remember that too. That money didn't just purchase it, it repaired it. But if I'm remembering right, that was probably in the 90s, the late 90s.
It was, yes, you're correct. It was after Hurricane Iniki, and we got a bunch of Economic Development Administration funds from the federal
feds.
government. Yeah.
No wonder I don't remember that.
Councilmember Carvalho?
Yeah, I haven't gone through all of that, with the facility, but the other big part I remember was the historic part of it. Yes, the historical facility, so it qualified for other options as well. So I think we should look at that too again and follow through on that. But totally supportive.
Which also makes it more expensive to fix usually because the historical aspect.
Yes, there's rules.
Yeah.
Okay, any further questions on this? I think the message is clear on that. Any further questions for OED? If not, we'll take our lunch break, 1 hour lunch break, and we'll be back to finish off on CIP parks.
Never gonna make it.
No. We're on page 8.
143, yeah?
Okay, welcome back. Our last department is Parks and Rec CIP. So we are on page 8. I have a question on Anini Beach Park improvements. The status is termination of contract.
Kylan Dela Cruz.
Oh, Mike Kylan.
Push up.
The circle,
Kylan Dela Cruz, Chief of Plan and Development, Parks and Recreation Department. Yes, so as far as the Anini ADA improvements, there was the length of time that transpired from the time the shoreline setback study was done expired, so it had to be renewed. So there would have to be, to revisit that at a later time.
We have the shoreline setback study completed.
It was completed, but it expired transpired over 2 years, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions on that item, Councilmember Cowden?
No, I have a different item.
Okay, move on. Next item, any item?
144 Captain Cook Field. No, 145 for the design cart. So does that say that we had $165,000 a year ago and then we didn't spend it, so we still have the same $165,000? Is that what that means?
Yep.
So we just didn't spend it last year?
Yep.
Has any progress, what progress has happened?
In progress.
Are you referring to Captain Cook Field?
No, I said the wrong thing. The cart barn at the golf course.
145.
Oh, so there's so we're looking at that to either rebuild or renegotiate the for the cart barn.
So nothing has happened to it so far. So it's still sitting on the same amount that was funded last year?
Yeah.
Without progress? Okay.
Councilmember Carvalho?
Again, one on 146, the Habitat Conservation Plan, the endangered species for the birds. Just wanted to get an update on that one, because that's
The 40,000?
Yeah.
40,000.
Yeah, that money was set aside for funding the retrofit lighting.
Retrofit.
And it's kind of like contingency for retrofit lighting.
And it's all part of the continued program.
Yeah.
And again, Chair, I'll just state my concern about those funds being in CIP and not in operating. I mean, maintenance should be in operating. I don't want to repeat myself all the time, but hopefully the administration can look at all of these maintenance costs and put it into the into the operating, but not in the CIP. Because that project's done already, right? That lighting project is done. It's been done, right?
It's been done, but it's it's just in case there's things that come up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm saying the funds is fine. It's just, I don't believe it should be you were in here earlier.
In the maintenance.
I don't believe it should be in CIP. Once the project is complete, that thing should be zeroed out, and then any maintenance or upkeeping should be because that's what it is, it's operating. Yeah. I mean, that's just my opinion, but it's just easier to track that way. It's kind of hard to track a CIP project that's not a project. That's all I got. Thanks.
Councilmember Cowden?
On 149, the Hanapepe Stadium County match to state appropriations. So I'm just checking on that too. It's 1.5 million. So it looks like we started last year that way. Still have the same amount. Again, am I reading that way right? It just has sat in the account, the 1.5 million?
Yeah, so we are in the process of going out, let's say the next, probably in June.
For bid?
Anticipate to be, yeah.
So I don't know if you were in here before. The chair was making a comment that I think is important. When we sit on money and don't use it for the whole year, it's money that doesn't get spent otherwise or gets taxed. So is there a reason why it didn't get used last year?
Because this is a design, so we're finishing up the design at this time. There are some permitting requirements that's needed to get to this point.
Okay. So the 151 is kind of the same way too. So there's a handful of them that look like they start with the last year's same amount, still there.
151 is for Kapai Park.
Yeah, so that's
151 says helicopter landing.
yeah. So the landing pad is not going to be done at the North Shore, so that money is
Okay,
being
so that moved
transferred.
over, okay.
Yeah.
That's what we transferred to
Can I
make
go
the
back to
148.
148, 149?
Yep.
Carlin, I know this is part of the project that we partnered with the state, right, for Vidina and for Hanapepe.
Yep.
So I'm just curious as to the requirement of $2 million more. Is there a reason why we're asking for or putting $2 million more in
So
148?
there was about 1.6 or something like that was left over for Hanapepe Stadium on the food booth / ticket booth side of it, and that money lapsed. So that the intention was to use that money to be yours towards phase 2 of the project, which is the
Got it. Okay, so this is
light
just
fixtures and
backfilling
Yeah.
what we thought we could use.
yes.
Got it. Thank you.
Councilmember Holland?
Hi. So 152 island-wide play court resurfacing, I know we're working hard to kind of do that island-wide. Where are we in with Kapahi? And what percentage do you think we have completed of our goal with this original 4.8?
So we are in design. We're about completed with the design. So Kapai Park is part of phase 3 of the island cart resurfacing. So that's the money I'm asking for so that we can move forward with the construction portion of that. So the phase 3 consists of Kuoloki, Kapahi Park, and Anahola Village Park basketball courts.
Okay, are those the last 3 on our rotation, or are there more that we're going to try to get through the year after?
This is the last 3 per the current consultant I am working with. So phase 1 was Waimea Athletic Field basketball court and Keikaha Fire Park basketball and tennis courts. That was phase 1, and we're currently in construction right now.
Okay.
And then phase 2, the opening bid is today. So
Okay, great.
I should know how much it's going to cost.
Phase 2, and which parks were phase 2?
That'll be Kamakani and Hanapepe Town Park.
Okay.
Hanapepe Cliffside and Hanapepe Heights Parks, all basketball courts.
Great, and then this is phase 3, which would be Kapahi Park and Anahola?
Anahola Village and Puoloki.
Okay.
Basketball courts.
Okay, cool. Okay, thank you.
I do want to say, I mean, the parks are looking, the resurfaced courts look amazing.
Yeah.
So thank you for that. I think the public really do appreciate it. You see it being used a lot. Pickleball too, but just all the courts, they look really good. I gotta say. I'm not gonna say which court I use that looks good because I don't want people to go, but the courts look really good. Councilmember Collin.
So I was just going to follow on that, first of all, to say thank you very much. And if I heard it right when I'm looking at what the mayor both wrote and what he spoke about in his State of the County address, he is hoping to have these completed by the end of his term. Does that look like we'll probably have that particular item 152? They'll all be
That's our end goal, yes.
resurfaced by November?
Most of it, yes.
Yeah.
Of phase 2?
Of phase 2, it's kind of tight, but we're going to try to get it done by the end of the year.
But design for phase 3. So the Kapahi Park and stuff would be designed, it sounds like.
Okay.
No, so phase 3 is the design is almost complete. It's just trying to get construction money for that phase.
Any other questions on the play court resurfacing? Okay, any new questions? Any further questions on this page? Not, we'll move on. Page 9.
Um, 161, we expect the that project to move forward, the KPD, that's one that's been on since 23.
It's been a couple years, yeah. Yes, we are expecting to go out to bid this year.
Going out this year?
Yes.
And then Convention Hall, repairs to roof, structural ceiling tiles, electrical system, and the HVAC. I can promise you that the air conditioning is working extremely well in the convention hall. We were there yesterday, and it had to have been like 30 below in that thing. Is that moving? We're adding another 3.2 million to that. What is that for? What is the
reason for the increase? Is all the assessments and studies have been completed, and while the scope has changed quite a bit since the beginning due to structural discoveries. So what was discovered was that the glulam beams, the large arches that are supporting the roofing structure, they are delaminating. It's a very old building. So a lot of the assessments, why it took so long at this point, is a lot of the assessments that were done was to figure out how these things were put together. We know it's glue, but what was in there, why are they delaminating, and then how we can save them. So that's been all completed. We now have a clear plan on how we're going to fix it, and this is the updated projected cost.
So 10.3 basically?
Yes.
Is it going to require the convention hall to be closed for any period of time while they're doing this?
It will. So working directly with Lenny, and it will be closed for some time, yes.
Like, do we have an idea of how long? Sounds like a major repair. And you don't have to give an answer now, Tom.
Yeah.
It's going to be significant.
Ballpark, couple months, two months, yeah. But maybe longer, depending, yeah.
You say starting when?
We're going to go out to bid this year.
Oh, but the work won't start for...
Considering submittals, once we award, I would imagine construction would be in the next calendar year.
Follow up on this one?
You'll see the video, there's a screen in the video, all that additional parts in there is working well, yeah?
No electronics or anything are going to be changed at the...
Okay.
I think the...
Good.
Yeah.
Councilor Collin.
I'm looking at the skate parks. So I know that this is a passion project of the mayor, and we have...
What page?
164.
164.
Number one.
Page 9.
Page 9. So we have 5.8 million, and so it says the Hanapepe's Town Park skate park design is completed, and then what's the status of now Willy Willy? That design is not completed, correct?
That is correct. We're still trying to go through the permitting process. I think the next step is to do the COPI analysis, and then the SMA permit, apply for the SMA permit.
And then I know that I'm really pro skate. I'll just own that. The football kids were distressed about that. The football teams. Did that get resolved at all? I know we just really made the Medina Stadium very nice, but is there room to skate and play football?
Yes, where the skate park is going to be, and as well as the pickleball court, is going to be more Makai of where they practice, where the football practice.
So everybody can still play.
Yeah.
And so we softened that conflict.
Yeah, I don't know. I know they were concerned, but I think the concern was because they didn't really know where. I think the rumor was that the skate park was going to be in place of the field, and it's clearly not going to be a problem. My only concern is it a wise thing to put that, in that area that is so susceptible or vulnerable to the elements, the salt and the nighttime traffic. The night activity down there isn't the best. It is a trouble area, a problem area with kids, and so I think that is my only concern is the location, and having to go through an SMA. I guess you don't have to do a shoreline because you get the seawall right there, but just to go through an SMA permit to put up a skate park seems extreme and very costly. But I understand it's the mayor's project, and I'm not going to block it. I just questioning the location. That is the best.
Is the SMA permit done yet?
Not yet.
Okay.
Well, estimate permit can take up to 2 years.
So they've been working on it, seems like for 2 years though. I mean, we've had the meetings down there and,
Well, there's a consideration as far as the multi-use path being tied into Nauiluili. So then there's also consideration about comfort station and things that, those type of implements to be accommodating for all the users there.
so even with the mayor's terming out, there's enough momentum that we're gonna be able to finish this in the Parks Department. You guys are set and ready to do it.
As far as,
The skate park, to get the skate park going, we can,
well, we're continuing to move forward with
okay, all right, all right.
design and permitting.
The design and
process.
permitting, all right, so I mean, I just wanna, I mean, I'm support the skate park. I think it's a good idea to have one. I recognize that it is a little bit of a problematic area, but I believe one of the thoughts was is by putting nighttime activity there, it might shift the use of the park if you have a bunch of families down there and kids like to skate at night. So there's light and everything.
Councilmember Holland?
Yeah, just while we're on this topic, so it sounds like we have a bit of outreach still to do and the Kapaʻakai assessment and stuff. So, I mean, that sounds like that will probably take about a year, and the community will be able to say, and overcome those obstacles, and hopefully, if they decide, so encourage it and move it forward. But it does sound like that, just the Kapaʻakai and the SMA and all that. We're looking at probably at least a year until that part's done, and then maybe like a year of design. After that, 6 months?
It goes
No,
through
not
the
for
process.
Nauiluili.
Probably year and a half, maybe about.
Yeah, another year and a half after
No,
the
I mean about
total.
Total.
Okay, yeah. So then we're looking at, by that point, design ready, go out to bid, building maybe like 2028, 2029 version.
Hopefully.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Kevin.
We're gonna see our not Vidina soccer field bathroom before the skate park on Cedar bathroom. I see them on the list. We've been waiting for like 10 years for that bathroom at the soccer field.
Yeah.
That's
we
on
can
here.
Go to that. I know, I saw it on there.
We can go
and
to
it's
that
right
one.
next, yeah. Where are we on that?
We're currently still in negotiations with them.
So was it, I spoke to you or Pat, I think, about what we thought was going to be those toilets, the Portland potties or whatever, but you guys are saying now it's going to be a traditional facility?
We're still open to the suggestions. Yeah.
Well, I mean, if it's up to us, I don't think we want to see that portable, whatever you,
The portable
Portland
type.
stuff.
Right now we're looking at possible, more of a permanent type of conversation, but we're also looking into prefab type of, buildings as well, for the conversation.
Thank you.
Any other questions on the North Vidina restroom? Councilmember
I
Cloutier?
don't see it here, but along the lines of bathrooms in the area, was Parks and Rec involved with the KPEL facility there? It's on the property, right?
Yeah, at Vidina, yes.
So do you know if that property, that facility being constructed will have a restroom that is in the corner and can be open to the outside without the rest of the facility being open?
Those issues still needs to be addressed as to how we're gonna utilize that facility. But there will be bathrooms and showers there. It's just
Because obviously those bathrooms will become faster, right? Because everything else is
that one is
not
currently in
under
construction. That project is currently in construction.
Yeah. I see Mike shaking his head, so I think the answer is no, which is too bad.
Councilmember Cowden?
My question is on 168 Morgan's Pond repairs, planning and permitting. So it has $100,000. Is that for raising the rocks out there?
There was some additional work that the consultants proposed that needed to be done. So some of those was unknown until the point where the studies and what type of design we were moving forward with that required certain additional requirements. So that's what that money will be
That's
used for.
still for the plan. So did we
Correct.
decide how we're gonna, raise that? Has that been determined yet? Like, because I went to that first meeting, or the one meeting that you and I were at together
Yeah.
when we were looking at the different designs.
So there were some changes made since then, a couple of changes since then.
So do we know what we're gonna do?
Pretty much, yeah.
So can I ask staff, I'd like to do a briefing. I would like to be able to have that come in and be shown to all of us, what the plan is, because, yeah, it'd be good for us all to know what that is. But so this 100,000 isn't for implementing it, it's for finishing up the plan.
Correct.
Okay.
Councilmember Holland.
I have some questions overall about the need for our bathrooms to be updated. Chair just brought that up as well. It is like an ongoing conversation. The lid gate bathroom, pretty much almost every single park needs bathroom updates and stuff. And I've been looking at, and there doesn't seem to be like the amounts we went through last year that it cost us roughly $1 million to design and build out a concrete traditional bathroom that we're used to seeing in our county parks. So I'm interested because there's been some interest from organizations, nonprofits that would like to do more to fix up our bathrooms through like maybe possibly like an adopt a park kind of idea. And I'm not sure. I'm trying to wrap my head around where money either would be for something like that, or how we could get that to provide like maybe the materials or offset some of the costs for them from the building side of it. But I think that would be a way for us to move forward, since we can't afford to do like widespread bathroom updates at once, or come up with some sort of rolling, similar to what we have done with the park repaving of the one at a time, like maybe just like go around the island and do sections. And I'm just kind of wondering.
So I can give you an example of what we did for Kamakani Pavilion.
Yes.
Where design was, we did the design, and then it was a community build project. So we're responsible, we provided funding for them to purchase the materials. I did a kind of like a grant in kind thing where they did all the construction work to build a pavilion, and it was cost effective. It was actually a good quality pavilion, so we can do something like that.
Awesome, and that's pretty much already in place. Would we provide, is there somewhere specifically we would allocate some funds for that, or do we already have a place? If that falls together pretty quickly, would that be something we could act on, or is that something that I should think about having some funds? Because in theory, it would save us money on bathrooms somewhere else if we're already designating huge funds to design for bathrooms in other places.
I mean, I just had on call just yesterday regarding that for Kaua Park.
Yeah.
When the bathrooms was done quite a while ago, so you had that type of we have that kind of calls,
yeah,
quite frequently. So I mean, if there's community nonprofit organizations wanna do that type of thing, they have the expertise. You still have to work under building code requirements.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, for sure. Okay, we'll talk more about that, but thank you.
Hanamalo Field is another example of that, where the softball team, the seniors, got together, built that pavilion and dugouts. It was really nice. That was a community-built project. I have a question on
Council Chair,
184, the rodeo.
Yeah.
We, last year we removed some funding from the rodeo, and everybody got bent because we needed the money, and then we're 1 year later, and it's still there. Where are we on the rodeo?
So that we are currently in discussion with the private landowner for the area in Kaua. That's kind of to the extent of what I know as far as that. Is still in talking with the landowner there.
Yeah, that was a long discussion.
I have to follow up after him.
No, again, I guess follow the arena, right?
Yes.
In Kaua, the existing one, you guys, that's the one we're talking about, right? And so how far along have we come with that one? It's just talking.
Discussing, I mean, there's just discussions like, where the landowner would want to have to establish like an office and store in that area. It's kind of like a trade-off or something, but it's still all in discussions.
So when we have $450,000 set aside for that rodeo arena, would we be buying the land, or would it cost us $450,000 to prepare the area to just as like a leased piece, and we do the rodeo on top of it?
It'll be one in the same where, if it does cost anything, hopefully it doesn't cost anything. There's a possibility either way. So then if there is, let's say it's, for example, it's given to the county, then of course there's going to be funding to do improvements for that area.
So they might give us the land?
There's still, it's all in negotiation, so we don't know either way.
So give is different than buy. They might give us the land instead of sell us the land.
Possibility. There's still in the discussions.
I'd be shocked if that land was that cheap too.
Kylan, who's our point of contact in the county? Who's in charge of this negotiations and all that? Who can we? I do want to get a report.
I think the best person to talk to would be just through Parks Director. Yeah.
Okay.
I thought that was the rodeo arena was going to go up in Wailua at one time.
It was.
That was the last budget, or did it change from the last budget?
Well, I heard it was in Lihui too, and that they were the last update I got was
the motocross track area.
Yeah, because then there was going to be a motocross track, then it was going to be the arena.
The problem there was with the water.
The wetland?
No potable water.
No, trying to get water to the site.
So,
Councilmember Quilly.
So how many acres do you need for a rodeo arena?
I think we'll
rodeo guys. I don't know.
That might be a question.
You can submit your questions. We'll send one list of all questions to Pat.
Yeah.
That'd be the easiest way.
Can you just get an update on that?
Yeah.
Any other questions on this page?
I just, again, I go back to 185, 186, 187, projects all complete, and you have, again, individually 27,000, 35,000, 43,000. Collectively, it's $100,000, over $100,000 that is sitting in accounts that we may never use. So, again, either if it's complete, take it out, or put it in the maintenance, I guess. I know 2 of those funds are in the bond fund, but 35,000 is in the general fund. So
that was just a timing error, or do we expect to see it still in the supplemental, or is that going to be zeroed out?
I'll follow up on this. If it is truly complete, we'll fix it in supplemental. Otherwise, if there's a reason for it to be there, we will correct the status update.
Councilmember Holland.
So this 188 skateboard parks as well, kind of re-mentions Nawili Wili. This is an additional 393. Same kind of project though as the other that we allocated. What was it, 5 previous page?
So yeah, I mean it's kind of like the same funding. I mean, we're using it for the Hanapepe and now Wili Wili. Yeah. So we're going into we're about to execute the contract for Hanapepe Town State Park.
To build?
Yeah.
Because it's designed, yeah, okay. Do we know how much that's going to cost us?
I don't have the exact cost with me, but it's
I'll follow up with that.
1 point something.
Thank you.
Any further questions on this page 9? Parks? If not, we'll move on to page 10. Anybody want to hear an update on the Vedina Stadium improvement?
Sure.
What's the status on the Vedina Stadium improvement? The field's looking nice, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
For the record, Michael Contreras, CIP Coordinator. We just completed phase 1, which is the track, field, and scoreboard. Testing of the scoreboard was put into phase 3. Phase 3 is currently in progress. Phase 3 includes the renovation of the bleachers, new press box, new fencing, renovation of all the underneath of each of the bleachers, concession stands, restrooms, locker rooms, storage rooms, offices. And that's in progress and going very well. Phase 1, I think, took just about a year from the date that they started. And Kaua AST and Denny Sadowski and his team did a phenomenal job. So it turned out really well. Phase 2 is almost complete. Phase 2 is the sports field lighting. And Jason Didiz in Moscow has been great to work with. They got the 5 light poles up pretty quickly, along with their subcontractor, Paul's Electrical. So far so good. They're taking down the old light poles soon, and then we'll be left with phase 3 to be completed. We're shooting for September completion and hopefully an October opening. But like any construction project, that's never a guarantee. You have construction delays, you have weather issues, you have sometimes supply issues, so that may take a little bit of time. But right now we're shooting for September, and that's the date that we anticipate it being completed.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Corrado?
The lighting part, the lighting is lower, yeah.
The lighting, I think, is about 10 feet lower. They're all LED lights. What's great about the Musco company, and the reason we went with them, is that they have a 365, 24/7 operation. You can call in, have them turn the lights on, turn them off. They monitor the lights from all their different people that they work with. If something goes wrong, they'll call you instead of you having to call them. If you can recall, there's a lot of parks in the past where you have to push the button to turn it on, turn it off. I know back in the day in the police department, we get calls for lights being on late, and sometimes officers would have to turn them off. That's way back when. But today, anybody with access will be able to turn the lights on and off from their cell phone.
Oh, wow.
And so we shouldn't have those types of issues anymore. State-of-the-art, high-tech. The poles went up pretty quickly. They pre-assembled them on the ground from the factory, ship it in pieces, assemble it on site, and then lift it up. And I think they took about 2 days to put the poles in place.
And the good thing about it, there's a 20-year warranty. So what we did, just to change the light bulb or something, they'll come in and actually do the replacement.
So our staff will no longer have to deal with that. That'll be done by them as part of the warranty if there's any issues.
And where are they located, though?
Yeah.
Mainland.
Yeah.
But they have somebody on island that
they do have somebody here.
They would have somebody in the mainland turning on the lights?
From your cell phone. I can start my truck from the mainland.
I just have a question about the logo in the middle of the field. Is that changeable?
It is. I mean, not easily changeable, but you could change it.
What's it say?
Well, it's the county seal.
Oh.
But it's huge.
Oh.
I've never seen a football field that the center logo is the width of the field.
It's the same size logo that other places have. It just looks a lot bigger because it's colored in. So if you went to Kamehameha Kapalama, which we did, the logo is about the same size, except it's of a warrior, so you don't have it all colored in. So it's not as much.
I think that's what. So I only see them from the road. I haven't been in there, but I have friends that have for whatever reason, and they weren't pleased with the size. I'm just saying, it was typically.
From what I understand, it's the standard size. We didn't ask for anything larger. It's the standard size. It looks big because it's colored in compared to, a warrior, which would be the outline of it.
Yeah, and I think when you like if you have, you're hosting a high school football tournament or a soccer tournament, you know, you could change the logo. And I know on the grass you can paint, but this one you cannot, right? This is kind of in the turf. So it's kind of rough.
It's actually the turf itself.
It's the turf itself.
Yeah, so we're basically stuck with that large. I call it large because from the road it looks large. Look, it expands, and you're probably right, Mike. It's because it's a round, filled, colored. So I know it's not a big thing, but it is for some.
I have a follow-up on that, and I'm not a football player. If you're playing on a very colorful field, do you have trouble finding the ball? You know?
I don't think so, because if you go to, I believe it's Boise, their field is blue.
Yeah, that is bad, yeah.
But I mean, like when you have a brown ball on a multicolored piece.
Thank God the logo isn't brown. Yeah, it's bright yellow and, yeah, so it's.
Except for the Port Ponder stone is probably brown.
Yeah.
Well, the original proposal was to make it purple for Kauai, but we decided not.
Okay.
Any further questions on Vedina? Oh.
If I could, I just wanted to mention, Councilmember Cooley, you mentioned about the restrooms at KPAL. We did design Vedina Stadium to be able to continue opening up for access if that's something that people wanted in the interim while you're waiting for the restroom. So we've taken, plans in the design to ensure that we can lock off the field from the restroom area and concession area, so that if, let's say, for example, soccer wanted to do, use of the concession stand and the restrooms, which use of the restrooms was done previously, that's possible. The gates can be opened, the field can be locked off so that nobody can go and play on the field, during soccer games. And so that's something we took into consideration to ensure that there was ample access to restroom facilities in the interim until such point that the North Vedina bathrooms were completed.
Oh, thanks for doing that. So they'll have access to the concession stands as well if they wanted to run a food?
They would have to go through parks in order to utilize
that. Will be available for them?
Yeah, it'll be brand new. So.
Perfect. Thank you.
So if the access to the bathrooms is sort of separated out like that, when we do make the soccer fields available to big events, like when they have the charity walk or whatever, is it part of their agreement to use the field that they have to provide all these porta potties? Because I would imagine that's a pretty expensive item, and if you're trying to raise funds for, nonprofit type, like for the community, they would save a lot of money if we could make the bathrooms available to them and not require as many, or maybe requiring the toilets at all.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Kylan, but I believe they have done that in the past.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have a different question.
Councilmember Calvin?
I have to use my glasses, Todd. This is so small. The golf path improvements. We sort of looked at the golf cart building too, so none of this has happened yet. I'm just wondering how long it's been. Is it 2 years?
What number was that? Last page,
196.
Ivan. 196. It says contractor awarded.
So the cart path improvements, the RFP.
Oh, Mike.
Kyla.
Sorry. So it's an RFP, it's a design build project. It's anticipated to be completed by the end of September this year.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then Waimea Neighborhood Center? When is that going to be finished? Oh, out to bid August 2026.
We're still looking for additional funding.
For Waimea?
More than what
Waimea
you
Neighborhood
have here?
Center.
Yeah.
More than what you have here?
Yes.
How much more?
I believe it's going to cost over $1 million.
So if you mopped up some of these that aren't, 37,000 here, 25,000 there, can you mop up some of that and put it into there? Or we have money just sitting out there unused?
We can look into that. So I believe the plan with this one, because we weren't able to fund it completely, it's when we go out to bid, we can phase it in a sense of additive alternates. So we can have a contractor bid on call it a phase one, for lack of a better term, and then have additional bid items that we can fund at a later time via change order.
Yeah, again, that's kind of what I was talking about earlier. If we cannot do it, then, it's hard without a plan because, you're tying up $300 and almost $400,000 in this, and how long, just listening throughout this process and how, staffing is an issue. Everything is delayed, and this is $400,000 that we could be using for something else. This is general fund money too. This is not a bond or. So I mean, I think you guys got to just make the call, and if you guys are going to do it, do it. If you're going to do it in phases, do it in phases. But I think to put out a bid and then just with the expectation to do change orders as we go along, that's not giving us the full picture on this site. I don't want to say it's deceptive because it's not. I understand what you guys are trying to do, but I would much rather see, Waimea Community Neighborhood Center upgrades phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 versus just leave $400,000 in there. Next year budget come up, it's still there, and we had lost an opportunity to use $497,000 for your homeless or houseless programs or for anything else. And so that's all I'm asking is that we be accurate, and if you guys are going to do it, do it. If not, let us know so we can use those funds for other needs. We do have other needs. I mean, I think we all have other needs. So,
Councilmember Holland?
So I agree with you, Chair, and I think you're absolutely right. I also just feel the need to say that parks, golf course guys have been, a lot of what they plan to do, I think, has been derailed by having to adapt to the CRB response. And I know that that's not an excuse, and that we should be planning ahead on what we can actually complete. But it may be that they just have been really strapped with that. So I just want to bring it up because they've done an amazing job of adapting, coming up with solutions, and I just don't know if that's what it is.
I think this is your second budget. Yeah, this is something that happens every budget. That's why.
I believe you. I just feel the need to
after a while, it's like, okay, guys, just tell us what you can do and tell us what you're not, so we can have an opportunity to either fund more needs or provide tax relief.
No, I agree.
That's what this is all about. There's also, let me know, I just wanted to ask a question after you finish with the list, though, because there's another project that we need to put in here.
Any further questions, Councilmember Cowden?
Yes, Waimea Keikaha ADA improvements in 2 parks. It's always a stunning amount of money that it costs when it says the improvements go out to bid on March 26th. What do those improvements mean? Is it like an extra stall in the bathroom? Is it a ramp up to, what's it cost? Almost $2 million.
Yes, putting in the ADA walkway around the park, improvements of the storage facility for the caretakers.
Okay.
We're tying it into the basketball court project, ADA.
There's ADA basketball?
We're connecting the ADA access to provide ADA access to the basketball court.
Okay.
Council Chair Raposo?
It's not on the list, but I did want to ask about, I know I spoke to Lyndon about replacing this elevator in this building here. I don't know if, Brian, if you guys had that discussion. I don't know if there's a plan to put that in this budget. Is that something that we can look at as far as the next fiscal year? I don't even know why all this stuff is under parks, to be honest with you, but it is.
Isn't this page 10, historic
No, it's
county
not.
building?
It's brand new. It's brand new because I think I told Lyndon to put the new elevator in after this thing was probably prepared, but that is definitely something we need to do. And, you know, there's a lot of things on this CIP thing that are nice things to have, but the elevator is one that we need to have. And I know this because a couple of years ago, when the guy was here repairing the elevator, he told me, he goes, you know, sir, it's probably time you guys replace this elevator because the parts are getting hard to find. It's been shut down now for a couple of weeks, and I don't know how long it's going to be. And it's not fair to our public who needs to come to this building and don't have access. So I have no idea what one of these things costs, an elevator. I have no clue. But it's definitely something that I would like to see in this upcoming budget in the CIP for this building.
So we do have the historic county building annex renovation line item.
Page 1.
On page 1.
Number 10.
Yeah, line 10.
Yeah, but that's not the elevator.
It currently does not include it.
Yeah, I know, because that has been on there for a couple of years.
Yeah, but
Can add to it,
that
can
could
add the elevator.
qualify as a renovation.
Yeah, so we need to up that amount is what I'm saying. Because I'm not saying do the elevator instead of the other things that we have been asking for a long time.
Okay, so the elevator, this is the first I'm hearing about it, but...
Okay, I think Lyndon talked to Brian, I think, about it. So Brian is aware.
And on that item number 10, on the historic county building, weren't we going to paint the building too? Wasn't that going to go in here?
Yeah, I think that's why I'm saying, you know.
Because this just says sewer and roof repairs. But, it seemed like last year we put in painting the building, and that hasn't happened, the outside.
No, so for the current fiscal year, 2026, the funds were used to do the major repairs first, one being the sewer line repair/replacement, which will begin very soon, could be within a week, and the annex re-roofing. So we wanted to handle those, I guess we'd call them the baseline repairs we should do first before we do more aesthetics. So the painting, as well as some basement work that Chair and I have discussed, will be part of this 925, the new additions for 2027. Maybe we were conservative with the estimate there, so as far as the elevator, maybe some of those can be used for preliminary design for the elevator.
What does that mean, preliminary design? Like,
I'll just call it design.
Okay. Yeah, because we're just replacing something, so it's not like we got to go hire a consultant to tell us how to build this thing. I mean, they know how to replace the thing.
So, okay, I've never done an elevator, but we'll look into it.
Any other questions? We're done for today.
None.
Thanks everyone for the productive day. I know that was a lot of CIP items. Great discussion. We'll reconvene on Thursday, April 2nd, 2026 at 9 a.m. when we'll hear from Department of Parks and Rec, Office of the County Attorney, and Department of Liquor Control.